What is up, everyone? Chris and Cherie Geo here, coming to you from Beyond the Veil. We just got done watching The Matrix 4. Our stream just got cut off, so I had to restart it. But welcome back to everybody. And a few months ago, September 23rd, we actually did a breakdown video of the Matrix trailer. And that kind of goes on for a little while as we're breaking down the video. But we just finished watching it, so there's going to be some major spoilers as far as the Matrix Force goes. If you haven't seen it yet, you might want to tune out of this broadcast. I hate to say that, but it's just a warning that I have to give people. I wanted to go over a little bit of the breakdown of the trailer. I also wanted to give you my first impressions as to what the Matrix 4 was all about. How it ties into a lot of stuff that we've talked about here on Beyond the Veil, and kind of expand and extrapolate a little bit on what was presented in the Matrix 4, its strengths and its weaknesses too. So let's jump right into it. The sky so far away tonight.
Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater gnosis. From Beyond the Veil.
From the fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Chris Geo. I will be taking you Beyond the Veil this evening. I'm joined, of course, by my lovely wife and co-pilot, Mrs. Geo.
Good evening, everyone.
And we have a fantastic show for you. We're going to break down The Matrix 4, which came out at 12:01 Pacific Time, 3:01 Eastern, and it is now 3 a.m. Eastern, and we literally just got done watching it in full. So once again, major spoilers are going to be talked about during this show. We're actually going to start it out without too many spoilers, though, so if you want to tune in for a little bit, feel free to. If you haven't seen it, then I hate to say this, but tune out. If you don't care and you want to hear our analysis of it anyways, welcome to the show. So, way back in September, we did this breakdown of the trailer itself. And rather than go through the whole 2-hour breakdown that I went through, I'm just going to go through some key points here. What I noticed here during the trailer is that there was a lot of symbolism that we were seeing. So at the end of The Matrix 3, what happened is a little girl, she was given control of the Matrix, and there was this beautiful sunrise that happened, and the Oracle and the Architect are sitting there talking, and they're talking about how they were kind of playing a game, kind of making a deal with one another to see what would happen, and Neo made the choice to go save Trinity instead of save Zion. And it was the first choice that the One has made, which was the other direction. And the Oracle was trying to prove that human emotion and love and all of that is the strongest emotion. Now, it's not necessarily benevolent. It's a little bit nefarious and a little bit malicious, because as we learned in The Matrix 4, the emotions and everything like that are all about controlling people and controlling people within the Matrix. But the first thing that I noticed coming right out of the trailer is that you have a different type of sky, and it's a sky that looks very similar to what the sky looked like in the end of the Matrix. And so I started to notice a lot of symbolism within the Matrix itself. The Matrix is usually tinted green, and the machine world is gray with a little bit of red as well. And the big question has always been, is the machine world in the Matrix actually a matrix in and of itself? So as we progress, the first thing that I noticed within the trailer is the two butterflies right there. And the two butterflies, of course, we know it, MK Ultra mind control programming. And then you have the black cat that comes in. The black cat represents deja vu, whenever something has been changed within the Matrix. And so that's a scene that it flashes to within the trailer. And you actually see a depiction here. As a matter of fact, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull up the trailer, because it might be easier for me to just pull it up on the larger screen like this, and kind of go give you the quick version instead of the 2-hour version. So we move forward here, and you can see this head here, and it looks like somebody plugged into the Matrix right there. And you have two symbols right there, two butterflies, one I think representing Neo, one I think representing Trinity, and the black cat denoting that something has been changed within the Matrix. And you also have the pineal gland symbolism as well.
Well, you know what I noticed is that the two butterflies are actually the two hemispheres of Trinity's brain on the right and the two hemispheres of Neo's brain on the left. A butterfly actually looks like the inside of the brain when you take a slice of it in an MRI or something like that. That's what the brain looks like on the inside, and that's the way the nerves are branched out from the corpus callosum branching outward. So it's a symbol of him having not just Neo and Trinity in these pods, but also the biggest key to it is it's all up here. It's all up here. It's all up in the mind. And they're using mind control as well. So
I'm going to actually play this on slow motion so we can kind of go through it a little bit, but I'm not going to go through the words because you've probably watched the trailer a million times over.
Right.
But it flashes to this character here, and you notice a lot of blue symbolism. He's wearing very distinct blue glasses. So that was a big tip-off as to something is not right here. And again, this is all the analysis that we did September 23rd. And I'm going to give you the analysis as it was back then, even though I did get a few things wrong in my predictions. But we're going to go through those first. So we have this scene here. I guess, it would be worth playing in full speed, so you can actually hear the what's being
the dialogue.
The dialogue, yeah.
Triggered right now. Can you tell me what happened?
I've had dreams that weren't just dreams.
I've had dreams that weren't just dreams, and we're going to explain that here in a second and how it breaks down in the actual movie itself. So we have a lot of different flashes going on here, and during our breakdown, we were trying to decipher what all these different flashes were. So in this scene here, we theorize that this was Neo actually walking away, making the choice to go back to sleep when he first encountered Trinity. That turned out to not be the case. This scene is something completely different, which we'll break down in a little bit. And the reason I'm playing this in slow motion is so we can see all these little flashes here. So we notice these flashes here where these people's eyes turn green. And as they turn green, they seem to be hijacked and taken over. Going all the way back to 2019, Osset was one of the first people to come on the show and talk about Invasion of the Body Snatcher type stuff. As a matter of fact, we just did a show about Astroworld and how Astroworld was a big ritual, and it seemed like souls were being sucked out of the body containers and replaced with something else. I've always referred to them as programs. People refer to them as demons, and you can look at them in any way you want, demons or malicious programs, one or the other. I think that programs is just a little more modern way to describe what's going on. But a demon would be a malicious program or a program with some kind of malicious intent. But I noticed there's a lot of symbolism of NPC characters, non-player characters, being taken over by something. So it flashes. We have a couple more flashes. Neo is reliving his abilities and dodging bullets and, doing his whole Neo thing. And then there was one key thing here that we noticed here, which brought us to our analysis, which was actually very spot on now that we've actually seen the film. You can see Neo here being worked on within this pod. And in the very end of the third Matrix, both him and Trinity both essentially died and were taken off by the machines. And we don't know what happened to him after that. But we know what happened is that a treaty, a peace treaty, was formed between the machines and between the humans out in the quote-unquote real world, and Neo and Trinity's sacrifice was the catalyst for that peace treaty.
And it's assumed that they're dead.
It's assumed that they're dead, yeah. But what the machines actually did is they're taking them and putting them in a different pod. Now, this character here, I pointed out as being a computer program. At the very beginning, I said, this guy is not Morpheus, he is a computer program. And I was spot on with my analysis, because I asked myself, why don't they bring back Lawrence Fishburne to play the role of Morpheus, if that indeed is Morpheus? But before I get into any spoilers, let me just say that I was wrong on my analysis on that. But the twist that they put on Morpheus was actually pretty interesting. So let me continue with this breakdown here, unless you wanted to jump in at any point.
No, please go ahead.
Okay. We have more symbolism here, red symbolism, blue symbolism. And the blue symbolism, as I speculated way back then, was about a solipsism type of matrix. A matrix where only Neo exists, and it's something completely new. It's a new iteration of the Matrix. It's been a rebooted Matrix, and Neo has been put back into the Matrix along with Trinity as well. So we see this. We didn't know who was grabbing hands at the time. Now we do. Now we know why they were grabbing hands and what this light between the two hands symbolizes, which I'll get into again here in a little bit, just for those people that want to watch all the way until we get to the actual spoilers themselves. We're greeted by a flash of Trinity from the first Matrix in the exact same scene of the opening scene of the Matrix. And the Matrix 4 actually opens up very similar to the Matrix, to the first Matrix. So if you've seen the new Terminator, the one where they went, Terminator Genesis, I think it was, they do some kind of digital thing on Arnold Schwarzenegger, and they recreate the entire first scene of Terminator. And I thought that was a really brilliant thing that they did. A lot of callbacks, a lot of throwbacks to the originals, and they did a similar thing like this in the opening of The Matrix.
Yeah.
But again, I'll save the spoilers for a little bit later in the show. Did you want to jump in for a second?
No, please go ahead.
Okay. So then it flashes to this. Now, this is what I found to be very interesting. The most interesting is, did I miss it? I think I might have missed it. Okay, so let's go back to Trinity. See, these are flashing so quickly.
They're flashing
that even
so quickly. Even in slow motion.
Slow motion, it's hard to catch it. Okay. So it flashes here. I think it's right after this scene here. Right here.
There you go.
You've got two very distinct pods. Now, these pods aren't pods like you would see in the Matrix, but these are housing two very distinct characters. And our analysis was that what the machines did after the third Matrix is they took Trinity and Neo and they plugged them into an isolated or rebooted or some kind of new Matrix that was created. And what we're looking at is an isolated pod with Neo and Trinity. We were spot on in that analysis.
Oh, yeah.
Of that. We see Neo waking up from the Matrix once again. There's the Merovingian, which I don't think this scene was in the movie.
No, it wasn't.
No. I think this was a deleted scene that wasn't in the movie. Either that or we completely missed it, because the Merovingian made an appearance.
He made an appearance.
But he didn't make an appearance looking like that.
No.
So I think this was a little bit of misdirection on their part.
Yeah.
Which, more power to them. You know, that's the whole point of releasing these trailers, just to keep people guessing.
Right, and that's great.
Okay, so we're back to the Doogie Howser character here. So I'm going to put it back on the fast motion so you can hear what he's saying. But again, Notice the blue glasses, and again, you've got the blue butterfly there. This time, you have a butterfly that's half blue and half black, denoting that the two butterflies before are actually one. And we're going to get more into that here in just a few moments. And oddly enough, there's a little blanket right there that looks exactly like the blanket that my mother gave me
that does.
before she passed away. I keep it downstairs. It's my only keepsake that I have from her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Am I crazy? We don't use that word in here.
I pointed this out in my initial breakdown. We don't use that term in here, which again made me go, he's in a simulation and he's not in the same matrix that he was in during the first three movies. Because the first three movies, the matrix symbolism was the green tinting, and we don't see the green tinting. I love this song too. It's an old song. I didn't even know about it. The bridge here representing the path and the choice. This bridge didn't actually have that much significance as we had thought that it was.
Initially thought,
but
yeah.
I think that the symbolism in the bridge itself was put in there to show a crossing of a path, you know, a crossing, a journey, going over the water to get from one point to another, from one matrix to another, which goes along with the story, but the way we broke it down initially didn't quite add up with the actual film itself. But like I said, I'm giving you my analysis as it was at the time. So again, we go back to the blue symbolism, and we have Neo sitting very similar to the way that he's sitting in his pod, except for he's sitting in water. You have blue all over the place. Everything looks kind of fake. And then I think the rubber ducky on the head was just something to show the artificial nature and the silliness of the Matrix itself.
And what he's doing.
And he's sitting there and he's remembering something. At the time, we weren't quite sure because the trailer shows him and Trinity meeting for the first time, denoting that something had happened. So, but it's very symbolic to the pod itself.
I do want to point out also that bathroom looks almost identical to the bathroom that's here in Las Vegas. Actually, it's that pizza-related bathroom that we were talking about that one time. That bathtub looks almost identical to the bathtub that's in that hotel room. That it goes for like $50,000 a night. It's really bizarre. But
I remember that.
Remember that?
I don't remember the exact details, but I know we did a show about
that bathroom looks a lot like it. And I just thought that's interesting because around that hotel room, you find all kinds of medical equipment and pills and pill bottles, and there's like huge art displays full of nothing but pills that are individually put in boxes and stuff.
Hold that thought, and we might get into that a little bit later. If you can
thought it was interesting.
If you can pull
I'll pull some pictures up. Yeah,
but let me try to run through this really quick.
Please go ahead.
Stay on point here. Yeah. So you see a tear coming down his eye because he's remembering something. Now there's a handshake. Him first meeting Trinity. And this is their first meeting in this movie, in this incarnation of the Matrix.
Hi.
And I pointed out that the bracelet is symbolic of being chained in the Matrix. And sure enough, I was right on that analysis as well. They didn't actually point out the bracelet as the symbolism, but sure enough, Trinity is trapped within the Matrix. But I thought it was very interesting because it's a very large bracelet, not something that somebody would typically wear, but it looks more like a chain than anything else like that. And you have to remember with movies, everything that is in there is put in there on purpose. At least a really good movie is.
Have we met? One pill makes you larger.
Now, we had broken this down, and those pills are something called like flusonicon or something like that. I don't remember what it was at the
Fluorosil.
Fluoricide or something like that. But when we looked it up, it was the flow. The beginning of the word was actually the idea of questioning one's own reality. So these blue pills prevent you from questioning your reality around you. And I thought it was really interesting that they decided to name the drug that the blue pills that are constantly being given to the characters throughout the movies based on that. So there's some little hidden symbolism there too that you can barely see unless you stop and you pause it. And this was all from the trailers too. There were 2 trailers, one teaser trailer, then this main trailer here.
And one pill makes
And this is him walking out, and he is examining the birds, and I think he's remembering previous how when he was sitting down with the Oracle, and the Oracle was talking to him about how everything in the Matrix is a program, everything is moving on a program, even the birds themselves, they seem to be random, but they're all moving around as a program, and he's remembering, hey, I'm in a program, I'm in a simulation.
you small, and the
And he's questioning whether he wants to wake up or not.
ones that
And this was a scene at the very beginning of the movie too. And I think this is another scene that was in the trailer, very interesting because you see everybody else looking down into their electronics, and he's the only one not looking into the electronics, and everybody else is surrounded by blue light as well. So again, more blue symbolism denoting some kind of different matrix that they're in. And he's realizing everybody is plugged in except for me. I'm starting to not be plugged in. Anything you wanted to chime in on?
Nope, this is beautiful.
Okay.
Keep going.
mother gives
So this inverted view was something that just happened in the movie really quick, but I thought it was a very interesting way to show the as above, so below symbolism that I think Lena Wachowski was trying to convey. As above, so below. So a matrix within a matrix. I think the symbolism was there right in the trailer for people to decode.
you, don't do anything.
So he comes to a point, he starts throwing his pills away, he stops taking them, he starts questioning reality, and
Go ask
And it starts to come back.
it starts to come back, and then you see the book Alice in Wonderland right there. And this girl is actually the little girl from the last Matrix, the third Matrix.
Sati.
Yeah. And she plays a major role at the end, or, about 3/4 of the way into the Matrix itself. But she's a computer program. But you notice her glasses too. Her glasses are very red, denoting red pill. Where
Right.
the Doogie Howser's, I always call him Doogie Howser. I know he's got a
Yeah, he has a name.
Yeah, Patrick something. I don't remember.
Yeah, I forget his name too,
Yeah.
but he's Doogie Howser to everybody.
Yeah.
when she's
Well, he's Doogie Howser to our generation.
to
Some
our
kids out
generation.
there are probably like, who the hell is Doogie Howser? But anyways, so there was an analysis that what they're doing is they're showing the Matrix movies within the movie The Matrix. And I said, no, I don't think so. I said, what I think this is more than likely is that what this is a reflection of what's going on inside of Neo's mind. Like in Natural Born Killers, Oliver Stone used the same technique to kind of show in the background on the walls what is inside of the main character's head. I was wrong about that. The Matrix actually does appear. The 3 Matrix movies actually do appear within the Matrix 4. And no, I don't want to get into any spoilers just yet, because I want to give the audience enough time to enjoy the show before it gets completely spoiled. So now, again, he's seeing himself in a different way. And we pointed out that this is an illusion of the Matrix, where he actually looks like that, and he doesn't realize that he actually looks the way he does. And this was also confirmed, and this was also a spot-on analysis too. The world sees him like this, even though he actually looks like that. And that was done on purpose, which again, we'll get into that purpose a little bit later when we get into the spoiler section. And he changes back to himself. He's starting, that's a point in the movie when he's starting to understand who he is and remember who he is.
And believe who he is.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this character here, I'm not going to spoil who this character is just yet. I'll spoil it later in the show. But he's handing him the red pill.
Time to fly.
And he makes the choice.
chasing rabbits.
And this person here comes up and she says, if you want to know the truth, are you ready for this? Reminding him to follow the white rabbit.
Mm-hmm.
So
If you want the truth,
my analysis was that she was a program too, but she's actually not a program. So I was wrong in that analysis, but I was actually, kind of right about the blue symbolism and everything like that.
yeah, you're going to have to follow me.
And you know
So my analysis here was that what they were doing is moving into Trinity simulation to try to save Trinity. Because Neo had woken up, but Trinity is still trapped within the Matrix. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened in the Matrix 4, is the whole premise of it was trying to save Trinity from her simulation. So we were right about that. That was a great analysis. Anything you want to jump in on?
Just that the reasoning behind the NPCs and programs not all being bad. I mean, it branched out so beautifully in the Matrix 4 compared to previous Matrix films that we've seen. It really shows that, hey, not all programs are evil
Well,
and
if
bad.
you don't mind me stopping you there for a second,
Yeah.
I want to get into that when we get into the spoiler section.
Oh, okay.
If that's okay. Okay.
The only thing that matters to you is still here.
The only thing that matters to you is still here, which was the giveaway that the movie was going to be about Neo trying to save Trinity from the Matrix.
I know it's why you're still fighting.
And we see Trinity there with Matrix code coming out of her. And this was a really, really, really interesting scene that I thought was brilliantly done. And again, we'll break down what that actually means in the spoiler
Why
section.
you're still fighting and why you will never give up.
And this is a callback to the original Matrix, his training simulation program, where he harnesses his true power, realizes who he is, and breaks free of the illusionary world.
You don't know me. No?
Now, what we noticed too is that there were a lot of pods missing when the machine world is being shown. The missing pods are playing a big role in the actual plot of the Matrix 4. So we pointed that out at the very beginning, because that deal that the architect made with the Oracle is that anybody that wants to be free can be free, and that they were going to live in peace with no war between the machines and the humans in the quote-unquote real world. So we were spot on that analysis too. Anything from you?
Nope, keep going.
Okay. So we have more of the twisting of the agents taking over NPC bodies, and it gets even bigger in the Matrix 4 as far as the hijacking of the NPC bodies. The big question here was who was holding the gun to Neo, and my analysis was maybe it was his former self, but it actually wasn't. I'll reveal who that was in the spoiler section. Now again, we see more symbolism here projected of visions of the original Matrix projected on the wall, which again I thought were visions of what was going on in the character's mind, but in actual fact, it wasn't. But we've got a little control center kind of place here. And they jump from one place to another through this. The doors are the time warps. And I guess I can say this, in the movie they say, yeah, we don't use phone booths anymore. Now we have much better technology to jump back and forth from one place to another. And they jump to Tokyo. And we pointed out that it was Tokyo because of all the plants. So we were spot on in that analysis too. And then I don't think this scene was in the Matrix. I think they cut this scene out. Do you remember this? Oh, wait, you know what? Actually, I take that back. Yeah, no, I do remember that because
I remember that
you
scene.
have one of the main characters right
Yeah.
back there who I'm not going to reveal
Yeah,
who it
don't
is
reveal
just
who
yet.
that is.
But it's an important character from previous episodes. So yeah, I think it did happen. I think I just might have like been.
Oh, it was happening so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you have this character here trying to get. Well, I guess it's interesting to point out water. Water is Matrix code.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of water symbolism, not only in the Matrix, but we realized this when we were in Egypt as well, when it rained for 3 days after we did our thing in the pyramid, where it rained in Abydos. We were actually calling down more code. And in my opinion, water is the most powerful code because it's a blank code. But they, the elite, use blood because blood also contains a code. And so, their thing is blood, our thing is water, their thing is death, our thing is life. Water brings life. The desert is desolate. So, anyways, just an interesting little side note here. And if you notice throughout all the Matrix films, a lot of things take place around water. So when Neo is first given the choice of whether to wake up or not, and he's taken in the car with Trinity, it's raining. And you can see in the back window, it looks like Matrix code. They pass through a bridge, and under that bridge, there's a bunch of water falling because they're passing through, and there's a new code, and they're taking a new path through this new code. So water is Matrix code.
Well, it does. I'm not going to say who it was because I would spoil it. But doesn't a character see the Matrix code as he's watching the rain, and he notices that it looks like Matrix code coming down the window pane?
This character here, when he wakes up, one of his first awakenings is he realizes that the rain is code.
Yeah, and so he's utilizing that.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Right.
That is a problem with going beyond the veil, is once you see it, you can't turn it off. No matter how much you want, you can't turn it off. So here's Trinity again in her pod, the same 2 pods that we were looking at before, which furthered our analysis that the film was going to be about saving Trinity from her pod. Now, this was an interesting scene because we see the girl with the blue hair mixed in with Trinity here. And we were thinking maybe the girl with the blue hair is actually a program and working for the machines, and she's actually taking the form of Trinity or possessing Trinity in one form or another.
Right.
That was somewhat true, but it wasn't exactly the way that we broke it down. So again, we'll get into more details on the other side after we go through the trailer. And another interesting thing, I don't think I pointed it out, but he walks into the coffee shop, and a lot of scenes take place in the coffee shop where he meets Trinity, and that's called Simulate.
Oh, wow.
The coffee shop.
The coffee shop is called Simulate.
It's called Simulate. Yeah, I might rewind
Interesting.
it and get back to that scene there. But there's this character here waking up, and he's seeing the glass and seeing the portals within the glass. And this scene here is from the opening scene. And again, we'll talk about more about what that opening scene was, but it relates to the opening scene of the first Matrix. I don't think this scene... Oh, no, this scene was at the very beginning. Because there's that character there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
I guess I can give you a little bit of a spoiler. That character's an agent.
Mm-hmm.
That character's an agent.
Or at least he's living in the simulation as an agent. Yeah.
So there's that handshake again. And with that handshake with the 2, which turned out to be Trinity and Neo, they completely just annihilate everything with their twin flame energy.
We called that, of course.
Yeah, we called that at the very beginning.
Well, and I think I called the... Maybe that's too much.
And I don't think this scene was in that...
Yeah, it was.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah. That was badass.
There was a lot of callbacks to the original Matrix for a reason. It was actually a very, very clever reason. So we'll get into that here in a few minutes. And there's them falling back. And realizing their power again. Now, this line bugged the hell out of me until I saw the movie. Now it makes total sense. But listen.
After all these years, to be going back to where it all started. Back to the Matrix.
I'm going to play that line one more time for you. Because it's such a powerful line. Because it confuses the hell out of you.
Yeah, you have no idea what
To be going back to where it all started. Back to the Matrix.
Why would they put that line in there?
Yeah.
Imagine going back to where it all started. Going back to the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
So, I see here that our chat has been disconnected. Why has our chat been disconnected?
I've been so focused on... No, it's not disconnected on my end.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I think it's just on yours.
Is it on
Oh,
mine?
I think you need to refresh your stream in that browser window.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there have been genuine spoilers so far. I'm glad for that. But we can go back to it. It's fine. I was just
Well, it's showing here that I'm streaming, but I'm not getting any internet. So, am I streaming out?
Yeah, you are streaming out, and everything is
okay. Everything is
looks,
good.
Yeah, everything looks fine.
Because I'm getting this here on my screen here.
I'm on live, and
this site can't be reached.
Started streaming.
So let us know, guys. Please leave a
so.
couple comments in the chat so I can see them, because I can see them,
Yeah,
popping up
chat is
here on
fine.
my screen. So
Somebody said chat is fine.
okay, maybe
So,
it's just
Chris-
some weirdness. So that was the quick version of the Matrix breakdown of the trailer. On the other side, let's get into the breakdown of the movie itself.
Yes.
So if you've watched up to this point and you don't want to watch any further, go to patreon.com/btvtribe and check out the Patreon after you have watched the movie. If you want to hear us talk about it, let's get into it.
My dear traveler, the purpose of raw consciousness is never to destroy. It is always to create. Build bridges. Create happiness. And bring forth new life. We must live in the hope that mankind will draw together. And that we better understand each other. The more that we awaken, the easier this will become. Now rise. Follow your conductors. And fear no danger. As you step beyond the veil.
All right, so let's jump back into it. Mrs. Chio had to run and grab something to drink real quick. Did you get it? Did you get it? Yeah? All good? Thumbs up? Okay, fantastic. So The Matrix 4 was actually pretty interesting. It starts out in what seems to be the real world. And Thomas Anderson is a video game programmer, and he works for a large video game company. And as the opening scene starts, he's talking with his business partner about this fantasy game that they created, a 3-series fantasy game called The Matrix. And The Matrix was a virtual reality video game. Now, it's interesting because I've been speculating on whether this is a virtual reality video game or not. Now, you've probably heard me say this on the show before. what if we're just playing the Resetting the Matrix video game and that's it? And we wake up and go, holy crap, wow, this was not all just a video game and that's it. So he's speaking with his business partner, and his business partner is sitting by the window, and he starts saying some of the lines that Agent Smith was saying in the first Matrix. And he turns around and he looks at him and he says, wow, that was such a brilliant line that you coded into that program. So Thomas Anderson has aged in his time. It's been 60 years since the Matrix ended, and this is picking up. But it wasn't 60 years in the simulation. It was 60 years in the real world. So Thomas Anderson looks older. He's actually not older. He actually looks like Keanu Reeves, not the other character. Trinity as well. Her name is Tiffany. And she is a blonde. And you barely catch glimpses of them because what we're seeing as the viewers is we're seeing them as they really are. But what they're seeing of each other is they're seeing each other with these overlay avatars that the machines have developed and they've used to cover up the true identities from themselves mostly. So so he meets her for the first time at the very opening scene where they're shaking hands, and she says, don't I know you? But they're not seeing each other as Trinity and Neo. So imagine Cherie and I, or you and your significant other out there, meeting each other, but they look completely different.
Yeah.
I mean, Cherie is, light-skinned, black hair, my type of girl. I have this soft spot for the brunettes,
but especially black,
skinny brunettes with the pale skin. I don't know if it's my typo negative programming from when I was a child or not. She's in love with herself. She likes the dark, and on her milk white neck, the devil's mark. Speaking of the devil's mark, I haven't got my nails done in a while.
You do need.
You know what's funny is they started to hurt, and I started to take them off just instinctively. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to take them off, and I'm going to give my nails a little time to rest because I've never had my nails done before. And after having them done for a year with gel, I noticed that they started to get weaker. And so I figured I'm going to give it a couple weeks, let my nails heal again before I put that gel back on. And people were asking me polish or gel, and I'm all about the gel. But I didn't realize that it can actually cause damage to your nails. So I'm giving them a little bit of time to grow back. 3 or 4 days later, her grandparents call us out of the blue and say, hey, we're just going to happen to be in Las Vegas, and we're going to come by for dinner. And I was like, oh, fantastic. And it just so happened that I didn't have my black fingernails. Yeah. But they did notice my rings with my pentagrams. But that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, that's
But anyways, if you're wondering, that's why I'm just giving my nails a little bit of time to breathe for the next couple of weeks. And then I'll go back to my normal black fingernails.
You also got a new pair of glasses that goes really well with the whole get up. They look really, really nice. So I'm really glad you got those.
I did. Those will be here in about a week.
Nice.
I haven't been able to see very well up close, and I sound like an idiot sometimes when I'm trying to read, and I promise you I can read, and especially when I type. Because I'll type and I'll post something on Facebook and it looks great, and then I go back over and it's like I spell like V, like TGE instead of THE, and I don't even notice it until later, and I probably sound like an idiot, look like an idiot, all that stuff.
You never sound or look like an idiot.
Something has been changed in the Matrix, though. Black Cat has shown up. So Neo is actually a programmer, computer programmer. He's a programmer. Just like we talk about here on Beyond the Veil about programmers in the Matrix and how important it is for the programmers to be in the Matrix, and how the programmers are the ones who are creating the Matrix and changing the code within the Matrix. And especially now when we have a virus in the system, the programmers are here to correct that virus. Right.
And go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and in this reality, John Anderson is the kind of person. Tom Anderson is the kind of person that is a programmer that is kind of a lone wolf kind of personality. That if you're able to make him believe that his version of reality that he's perceiving is not correct, then then he is able to be persuaded that he's wrong about everything in life, and it seems like his business partner manipulates him, his coworkers manipulate him. Everyone always seems to have like everything
Do you have
figured out about the reality around them but him.
Do you have the username and password for our login for HBO Max? Because I don't think that it would be that bad for us to put still shots up of the movie itself.
I think
as
still
we're
shots are
talking.
allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you can send that to me in Skype,
I can definitely do that.
I can log in and
Give me
put that
one
up
moment.
on the screen.
Yeah,
which I think would help out.
Yeah, keep it going.
And
while I get that.
On that note too, I'd like to say happy solstice to everybody.
Yeah.
It is the winter solstice, and it's also our 9-year anniversary today. We posted a couple of videos earlier that were pretty cool. Just one where we were doing some randonauticing, and another one where we went and had a little Moroccan Arabic dinner, and I actually had Cherie up dancing with the belly dancer.
Belly dancing.
And she didn't know that I was doing
belly dancer.
Yeah, she didn't know that I was doing the live stream, and I just turned it on, and then I asked the belly dancer, "Hey, can you dance? Can you show her how to dance?"
Aww.
And here's a little quick side note as you're getting me that info of Cherie dancing with the belly dancer. I think she had a thing for you.
Yeah,
she was
did.
getting really close.
She
to
was
you.
really flirty.
Yeah.
I did not look like a dancer. I looked like somebody that was jerking their hips wildly.
Oh my God! Look at that body.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This Matrix is beautiful, and I love women. I love the female form. I love this whole setup here too. It reminds me of home, and this is what we have at home. This is the way in Atlantis we get together and we commune together, and we admire beauty like this. You see, she's dancing, and she's not sexualized. She's not objectified. She's dancing and showing off her beauty, and I think that's wonderful. And men too. I mean, there's some beautiful men out there that are just they're beautiful men, and the female form, the male form, all of that. It's I think beauty should be admired, and I really appreciate being able to do that. And like I said, it doesn't have to be sexual. It doesn't have to be sexualized. I can sit here and say, hey, that's a beautiful man, without having sexual thoughts about it.
Yeah, feelings about it.
Yeah, exactly. So did you send me that?
I did.
Okay, fantastic.
In Skype. And yeah, I just wanted to point out that,
Okay.
Thomas doesn't seem to be in control of his own life from the get-go. Everybody seems to be manipulating him. Around him, and everybody seems to be happy with all this fakery, fake reality kind of existence where everything is just so plasticky, and when they're talking about the video games that they design, they're so fake and shallow about people's desires and about life in general, and it's very interesting to watch the dynamic between
So I don't know
them.
if this is going to show up on the... No,
it doesn't.
It's this weird thing. I don't know how the hell...
How does it know?
It knows to do this, but it doesn't show up on the screen. So
maybe we can just find pictures through...
I take that back. I can't really show the screen because they have this weird thing where... I don't know how they have this filter here, where when you do a screen share, it won't pick it up.
I guess we'll just have to do what everybody else does and just repeatedly play the trailer in the background while we talk about it.
Yeah, yeah.
And that sucks because
I'm trying to think if there's any other way that I could do this, but no, I don't.
Not a whole lot. I'm looking.
Think so. Okay, so that's out. But anyways, at the very least, I can flip through some of this and kind of remember.
Yeah, and remember what was going on.
Yeah.
So go ahead and where do you want to take it?
So Bastet needs to get off the mixer first of all.
Oh yes, she does. Yeah.
Come
here, Bastet. Come here, baby.
So he's a computer programmer, and he's developed the video games The Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
And he's talking to his business partner, which is the guy that goes, imagine going back to where it all started. Back to the Matrix. And they're talking about how Warner Brothers decided that they were going to do a fourth Matrix, whether they wanted to or not.
Yep.
And that Thomas Anderson had to create that Matrix program.
Whether he wanted to or not. And what he had been doing is he'd been working on old code within the Matrix and going over through different simulations. They called them models, but they're like models. So they're isolated worlds. Yeah.
So the very opening scene where you see, I guess I can go back to the trailer. Matrix 4 trailer. So there's this shot with Trinity that I think it's such a flash that I don't even remember where it's at, but it was that shot of Trinity at the very beginning where she's in the room, very similar to the opening scene of The Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
What they're actually doing is they're looking at a simulation within a simulation, and the girl in the blue hair, I think her name was Bugs, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Which I think it was pretty interesting. Her name was Bugs because that's a bug in the system, you know. But they're examining the scene where Trinity is in the Matrix, and they're going through frame by frame in an isolated simulation, and saying, okay, this is when Trinity does this. I know exactly what's going to happen now. Now she's going to pick up the phone. She's going to kick their ass. She's going to do this. She's going to do that, et cetera, et cetera. And they were examining, you know, what Trinity was doing in that Matrix and all of that. While at the same time, what Neo was actually doing is he was reprogramming and replaying that old piece of code within the Matrix itself. So he created these little different models, or models as they call them. And that's when his supervisor walks in and he's like, what are you doing messing around with all this old code, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So as the movie progresses, do you want to pick it up?
Well, as the movie progresses, you can see that the business partner is also kind of his handler in a sense, that he is making him see a shrink, and has made him see a shrink for the last 20 years since The Matrix first came out. And when The Matrix first came out, he had a suicide attempt where he tried to walk off a building because he thought he could fly, quote unquote. And so he's seeing this psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist is talking to him about, you know, what the trailer is that meeting with him. And do you want to pick it up from there? Because
if you can keep going for a second, please.
So the psychiatrist is talking to him about the fact that he's crazy. I mean, he basically says in so many words, you know, you are crazy and you are delusional, and you have these delusions that reality is that you are actually this video game character that you developed. And I mean, of course you're scared of reality, and of course, you know, your world is scary for you because you think you're this video game character, and you have to fight those delusions. And how are you taking your pills? You know, how are you doing with that? And he's like, do you need a refill? And he's like, yeah, I would love one, you know. And that's indicative of, okay, you know, I am crazy. He's internalizing all of this and saying, okay, it must be me. I must be crazy because I'm supposed to be this happy video game developer that's rich and famous, and for that. But the reality is he's miserable. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, if you can pick it up.
Okay. Just keep picking it up. So the reality is he's miserable, and the only time that there's any kind of spontaneity or any kind of light that enters his life is when he's at the Simulate bar almost every single day. He goes at almost the same time that Trinity goes. But she, of course, is not herself, and he's not himself to virtually everybody else. But I think they are themselves to each other. And the reason why I say this is because there's this dialogue between them when they're at the Simulate, and they're meeting for the first time, quote unquote. And she says, you know, I watched your, I played your video game. Oh, it was the second time they met. She said, I played your video game last night, and I asked somebody one time, do you think she looks like me? And he actually laughed at me.
No, not looks like me.
I thought that's what she said.
No. Because she had long blonde hair and didn't look like Trinity.
Right, of course.
But she loved motorcycles, and her personality traits were very similar. So she said she asked her husband.
Oh yeah, she asked her husband.
She asked her husband, what do you think of this? And her husband said, well, that's pretty interesting. And she goes, you know, that character reminds me a lot of me. And he just laughed. Because you gotta understand, her husband's not seeing her as Trinity with the short black hair. Her husband's seeing her as blonde-headed, this blonde-headed lady. Just like Neo is that bald guy with the longer hair, and he's also blonde as well. So they're not seeing each other in their true forms.
But the line that she says is, does she look like me? And he laughed at me. I thought she said, does she look like me? And the reason why he laughed was because, of course, she doesn't look like her. She looks nothing like her. But there's a spark of her left in there that recognizes herself. And so I think that's what she says is, do you think she looks like me?
Oh, that's pretty interesting. Okay,
yeah.
Maybe I picked up.
And so I think there's a spark there that they both recognize each other as they really are, because I've seen you as you are outside of this reality, and you look totally different. And I've seen sparks of that, so it would make sense. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Interesting.
Did you find what you were looking for?
No, I'm actually trying to find a BitTorrent of The Matrix 4 so I can put it up on the screen, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's only been a couple hours.
Well, no, they've had this on for the last.
Oh, they've had it on for for the last couple of days.
Yeah,
somewhere else. Yeah, I really think that this was a case of twin flames being able to transcend the 3D reality, the pixelated 3D reality that's blocky and kind of puts everything together as the way a system sees it rather than the way a being sees themselves. And the dichotomy between the two is so evident, and the lack of that dichotomy in all these other characters is so evident that it's astonishing. These other characters can invariably be described as these mixture of yes men and you're crazy still. I mean, we look up to you because you're this big video game developer, but at the same time, we have literally no respect for you on any kind of deep level because we don't know how to have respect. And we're this Generation Z that just kind of like airheady, and they take marketing to such a disgusting level that it completely does away with what creating simulated realities is supposed to be about, which is about consciousness expansion. It's about expanding your consciousness and being able to put yourself in a different reality altogether and see things from a completely new perspective. And these people have squandered that gift of creating simulated reality.
Well, they're in a simulation.
Well, they're in the simulation and they're
That was
NPCs.
that was the whole point.
They're NPCs inside of a
The
simulation,
point
of
was
course.
to keep Neo trapped further in the simulation.
Right, exactly.
And make it about business, make it about commerce, make it
Mm-hmm.
about all these things that we think are so important, when in actual fact it's all just part of the illusionary world. And there's actually an interesting scene where they're going through different ideas about what to do with the Matrix 4. And they're like, I can sum it up in one word: bullet time. People love that. When you hear the Matrix, what do you think? You think of bullet time, and then it flashes to
Bullets
that
flying
scene.
everywhere.
No, it flashes to that scene with Neo where he's dodging the bullets like that.
And bending over backwards.
And other people are saying, well, I like my video games violent and stupid. And, they're going all back and forth. And, me personally, I like video games and movies with depth. I like things with, something that makes you think, really
too.
deep seated stories. That's one of the reasons why I love Squid Game, because it was so rewatchable, because you get a different meaning from it every time you watch it. And it's especially when those movies when you don't know the ending. And this wasn't one of them. This was kind of like a very linear movie. But Squid Game, you see the ending, then you come back to it and go, oh, wow. And then you got to watch the whole thing over now with the ending in mind. So anyway, so the movie starts out pretty mundane like that. But the girl in the blue hair, her name is Bugs. She's looking for Neo. And she's trying to wake Neo up from the simulation. And Neo has become in the real world somewhat of a myth, somewhat of a legend as well. But nobody knows nobody knows he's alive, because nobody's been able to find him, because the machines have put his body way off into its own basic simulation. I mean, he's still plugged into the main matrix, but he's isolated away from all the other farms, away from all the other places, so they're having trouble locating his body. So the movie progresses, and Neo is first fighting. He doesn't want to wake up, but he keeps on saying that he has these dreams, and he keeps revisiting that doctor. And the doctor's like, okay, well, tell me about more of these dreams. So he's sitting in the office, and he's talking to his business partner about making the Matrix 4. And then he starts asking too many questions, and all of a sudden all these agents jump in. And there's this huge shootout, and all this stuff is going on. Then all of a sudden, boom, he's back in his doctor's office, and he's talking to his doctor. And his doctor's like, well, you just had another episode. You just had another episode. So tell me, what's going on now? What's triggering
Oh dear,
you?
what triggered this?
Yeah. What do you think's going to happen if you go back to your office right now? Are you going to find a big attack? Are you going to find a big battle?
Are you going to find
And he's
bullet holes
like,
in the walls?
No, I guess not. I guess I really don't. I guess not. But he's questioning his reality more and more and more and more. Actually, here we go. Great. I found it right here.
Oh, nice.
So I think this will play on the screen here. So yeah, perfect.
Oh, cool.
So forgive the low quality. I think it was filmed with a
Hidden camera or something.
yeah, a camera. And so let me see if I can adjust my screen a little bit to make it a little bit brighter. I would have loved to do a watch party where we can all just sit down and just all watch it together and go through it, piece by piece and everything like that. But YouTube will kick us off of YouTube very, very, very quickly for doing that. So, and this also gives me a little bit of a better hint as to the progression of which we're going in the analysis and breakdown of this. So the movie starts out with that opening scene, like I was saying with Trinity, and they're examining the scene, and they're examining it over and over and over again. And you can see here in the scene that Trinity, things don't happen in the way that they did in the Matrix 1.
Right.
And the blue girl's watching, and she's saying, hey, this isn't the way it happened. Okay, so what happened? And so I kind of get the idea like they're running multiple simulations to try to figure out the best possible ways for things to happen. So we've often asked ourselves in our own journey, have we reset the Matrix multiple times before? And have we gone through various simulations on when, how to reset the Matrix? And that's the reason why we have failed in the past, because we didn't actually fail, but rather we went through a simulation and we missed one point. And so missing that one point, then we had to go back and do it again and again and again. And that's why this time, when we did it in real time, it felt like it had all happened before. And even during the live stream while we were in Egypt, people were like, get out of there. This is where you died last time. Other people were remembering it as well. But that's what the whole premise of this first scene is that they're going through the simulation.
Oh, well, I just want to mention in Travelers, it says Traveler Program version 1, status fail, reset, load sequence, Traveler Program version 2, begin. So it's very possible that this isn't the first time that we've run this sequence to try to reset the Matrix. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So this scene right here, as grainy as it looks, and again, I urge you to watch the film. As grainy as it looks, this was the agent that I was talking about that looks like Morpheus. Mm-hmm. And he grabs the blue girl, and they actually go into this store here, which is the Keymaker store. And so they have their own key makers now. And so they're able to create portals and jump gates because they have their own key maker.
Right.
And as they're fighting off all these agents, she's kind of stuck. She doesn't know what to do. All of a sudden, she's grabbed by this agent here.
Mm-hmm.
Who looks just like Morpheus.
Right. Like a young version of Morpheus.
Yeah, and again, this is a really grainy copy. It's hard to see it. But now they're holding guns at each other, and they're looking at each other, and they're like, why haven't you killed me? And the guy's like, I'm wondering the same thing about you. And they both are having a dialogue, and he's saying, I'm a program, and I'm starting to question my reality. And they realize they're actually inside of Neo's apartment. And he comes out, and he says, I'm Morpheus. And the big reveal in this part is that Morpheus is a program.
Mm-hmm.
Morpheus is a program that was written into the Matrix by Neo to wake people up.
And that's why Trinity doesn't look like the real Trinity. She's also a program that's playing the character Trinity in this reality. So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if that's accurate.
You don't think so?
No, Trinity's real. If you're talking about Tiffany.
No, I'm not talking about Tiffany. I'm talking about the Trinity that's running and that doesn't even look like Carrie Ann Moss.
The Trinity.
The Trinity in this simulated reality.
Oh, in that model.
The Modelo. In the Modelo, this Trinity is also a program, but she's a program that's set up to, and that's why she doesn't look like the real Trinity, and that's why Morpheus doesn't look like the real Morpheus either. They're both simulated characters that are CGI based upon the real beings. That's why they don't look exactly like them.
Okay, I see where you're going.
I
with
love
that.
how brilliant that was a brilliant casting move, and it was a brilliant way to not have to have Lawrence Fishburne there. It was beautiful. It was really brilliant.
I think they should have had him. He was ready to do it. He said in an interview he just didn't get a call. I think it was an age thing. Because what they had to show, because the story they were telling is that Morpheus is a program.
Right.
So he appeared in a younger form because programs don't age.
The original program, the original wasn't a program though. That's what they were talking about when they were talking about Io and how Io evolved out of Zion. Zion was run by Morpheus for a while, and then Morpheus died.
No, I know, but if they would have used Lawrence Fishburne,
but
here,
if they had, it
wouldn't have been.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. That makes sense.
They wouldn't have been able to tell the story that Morpheus is a program,
right? Because programs don't age, and it would have aged him too much.
Yeah,
that makes complete sense. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's interesting because we've often talked about programs in the Matrix, some being benevolent, some being malevolent, some being unlocking programs. A lot of these programs can be accessed through DMT, psychedelics, psilocybin, things like that. Sometimes cat hair in your nose.
The
that's a
DMT
big
elves are a
one.
very helpful program.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And these are all unlocking programs. So we come across these figures that look like deities or whatever. And in actual fact, they're unlocking programs for our own consciousness while we're inside of this artificial simulation, an artificial machine. So they're having an interesting dialogue going through here. And they realize they're inside of Neo's apartment and they've been looking for Neo. Both of them have been looking for Neo. We're having programs now that are becoming sentient, also looking for Neo.
Right.
Not necessarily looking for a way out of the illusionary world, but just trying to understand the illusionary world, just like humans are trying to understand the illusionary world. And what was interesting is this taking place 60 years after Zion, or after the Matrix 3, the programs have learned to live in harmony with humans, and
There
the humans
started to be dialogue.
yeah, and the humans have lived in harmony with the machines, and so there was peace. And there's one scene at the end where Naomi shows up and she says, "You hear that? That's silence. There's no war. There's nothing like that." And the humans can focus on making fruit
Development.
and developing things. And she said, we couldn't do any of this up until the point to where we had the help of the machines, because before they were eating that slop, and they described it as tasting like I think they
like
said
oatmeal or
like
something.
gasoline or something like that.
Gasoline and oatmeal.
No, rust.
Rust. Yeah, it
Rust.
tasted like rust.
It tasted like rust. And they said, look how far we've come by working together instead of making war with each other.
Right.
And it's very similar to, this reality here, which is why we were pushing for that 2020 timeline that we wanted. We wanted peace instead of war, because when there's peace, there's so much more prosperity and everybody's happy. But eventually war breaks out just because egos break out. And an interesting that happened here is that the machines started warring with each other.
Because the humans were leaving the pods.
Because the humans were leaving the pods. And because they were leaving the pods, there was a decrease in energy sources.
Shortage. Yeah.
And so the machines started warring with each other first. So it just goes to show, they say in the movie, the biggest catalyst for war is scarcity, whether it's real scarcity or artificial scarcity. And they're using those tactics on us all the time. I mean, look at what happened with the toilet paper thing. Something as simple as toilet paper. We're causing people to attack each other in the streets over toilet paper. You remember those videos of people grabbing toilet paper from each other's carts and pushing each other's carts over, and all that.
And then exactly 3 weeks later, sheepishly bringing it back to Walmart in the return line and covering up their face, while they do it, with huge baskets full of toilet paper, Anyway, go ahead.
So now these two characters are trying to wrap their heads around everything that's going on. This guy's an agent, and he's looking for answers, and she's an organic, and she's looking for answers too, and they're both looking for Neo. And so they're trying to kind of reconcile, like, how is this happening? Like, why is it that both program and human are starting to think and feel the same way?
Right.
And look for the same person, look for Neo.
How is this program so curious about his reality when and he's not like Smith?
Yeah.
How is he not like Smith? Why? And who created this program in particular is what she wants to know as well.
Yeah. Let me see if I can adjust this a little bit.
But one thing he says that's interesting is, I was programmed to destroy sentience, but I find myself not wanting to do that.
Yeah. When they're talking, this exchange right here, right before this scene, he says that to her. I was programmed to destroy
sentient life.
Sentient life. No, I don't think he called it sentient life. He called it something else. I think we can actually go back to the scene.
Morpheus.
Something like that happened to me.
Let Let me back it up a second.
Unlock my mind.
Okay. Something like that happened to me.
It was before that, I think.
Yeah.
I saw this pattern.
I saw this pattern. And look, he's looking at the
We can't see it, but we're all trapped inside these strange repeating loops.
I see
Somehow I saw it in the mirror. Just a flicker, but it was like you said.
I see this pattern. We're all trapped in this repeating world. It's a cycle. It's a pattern over and over and over again. And what did I just tell you a couple of days ago? I mean, I know this is some pretty deep stuff and it's usually reserved for Patreon, but I thought to myself, you know, I think in order to close this portal, I have to go and do something, another ritual. I thought it was going to be tonight, 12/21/21, but the energies just weren't right for a ritual tonight. But I thought to myself, have I been repeating this pattern? Have I repeating this cycle of closing down this portal? The virus seeps back in, coming back into the matrix, and over, and just this endless loop that I've been stuck in. And I've really had this weighing heavy on my consciousness over the last few weeks. And seeing this film was kind of like confirmation. A lot of the things that I've been feeling and realizing that we have to break the loop. We have to break the cycles that we find ourselves in. And I think that's why there was this kind of hopelessness that came over me after 2020, because I was like, it wasn't necessarily hopeless, like we had no hope, because we have unlimited tries to get it right. But it was just like, do we have to do it all over again? Is that really what this is about? I mean, am I stuck in this purgatory cycle of resetting the matrix over and over and over and over again?
Right.
You know, waking up, it's 12,000 BC again. I got to go through everything all over again, get to this point again, do it right. Or did we do it right this time?
Right.
I think, and I hope this doesn't sound too egotistical out there, especially for people that aren't too familiar with our journey, but I think leaving on 11/11 was usually what I do. And I never got to do the 12/21/20 portal. And so I always left on 11/11 in every cycle, and it always went wrong. And this time we did the opposite. We found the edge of the coin. We did something that we weren't supposed to do. And I came back feeling like, shit, I'm an anomaly in the system. I did something wrong. But as time progresses, I'm realizing, no, the matrix reset is going along perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And as a matter of fact, at the end of this film, they start talking about how they need to reset the matrix. They use that term, resetting the matrix.
Yeah.
So it was really interesting. And again, we've been talking about these ideas for the last several years. And now they're coming out in films that just came out like literally today.
Yeah.
So
3
we're
hours
either
ago, 4 hours
completely
ago.
tapped in, or they're echoing the stuff that we've been talking about here, one or the
Right.
other. And I'm not going to be egotistical and say that they're copying our stuff.
Right.
I think this is a gnosis that's in each and every one of us. And that we all know this. We can feel it like a splinter in your mind. You know that it's true. You're not sure what it is, but you feel it. What you know you can't explain. I won't go into that whole thing.
Oh, it's okay.
But as the movie progresses, it's pretty interesting. And so the agent teams up with the organics,
Mm-hmm.
and they both have a unified mission to reset the matrix and to make things a better world, to get rid of the corruption that's in the world. And what's interesting, she's got black fingernails too. There's something about the black fingernails that I think is resistance, anti-matrix, programmer kind of thing. I don't know. They all seem to dress the way that I do, which I think is pretty cool. Little side note there, maybe a little egotistical, but you know.
Well, what I found interesting is this guy is a program, 100% program, and yet he is able to get out of the matrix as well. And and how he does this is she gives him the blue pill, and the red pill, and he has to make that choice. Even the NPC, even the program is given this choice, and of course he chooses the red pill, and it affects him psychologically the same way it would if he were human. It starts breaking that connection, which is what's happening there. And I thought that was really interesting because we've always asked the question, how would a program be able to survive outside of the Matrix?
Well, and can a program be red pill too?
Red pilled. Exactly.
And this scene is taking place right after she gave him the red pill. And she says it works the same for both programs and organics too. And he's going into this psychedelic state. He's unsure, but he's unplugging himself from the Matrix, which is interesting that a program can unplug itself from the Matrix, which we've talked about NPCs before and how they can't exist in the real world because they don't have bodies. In the Matrix 4, they actually created technologies where programs can exist in some form in the real world and work in correspondence with organics. And I mean, I guess if you want to look at it from one perspective, it's a merger of man and machine together. But it's not them merging together, but rather it's them working together, which I thought was a pretty interesting twist to this whole drama here.
Yeah.
But he's going through this weird experience now. And she's like, you know, it's all happening the same, you know, and then he pops up with all his other agents, and he's in that red pill state. So imagine, you know, all these agents, and somebody walks in on ayahuasca.
Yeah.
And they're all looking at him like, what's going on? And he's like, hey, man, everything's totally cool. He's still trying to play his thing, you know.
All is one, man.
All is one, man. Yeah, and they're recognizing him as something is wrong with him.
He's an anomaly.
He's an anomaly
in this situation.
Yeah.
Suddenly.
You see, he's laughing. He's got emotions now.
Yeah.
He's got all of that where the agents usually don't.
So is it possible for an NPC to be woken up? I think absolutely, based upon this. Yeah.
So there's an interesting little scene where they run through and, you know, trying to get away from the agents, and for copyright purposes, I'm just skipping through.
And what's interesting about that is that she's explaining. They explain later. They don't use dial-up kind of anymore. And remember that dial-up that they used to use where they use
she says we don't
phones?
use phone booths.
We don't use phone booths anymore. But I'm comparing that to, you know, dial-up to Wi-Fi. It's a lot like that, where it used to be really slow, and they had war going on. And now that the war isn't going on, they're able to move back and forth a lot easier.
Yeah. So he goes into the real world. I don't remember this scene.
I don't remember that either. I think that's an ad of some sort. Yeah, it's an
That's
ad
weird.
for something.
Maybe they just completely veered off the movie itself. Let's see. What is this?
I don't think they paid for ads.
So that's supposed to go back into Neo's code. Like Neo's working on the machine.
I think it's an ad.
I think they're taking the piss with this, but it's pretty interesting symbolism nonetheless. Because what's he doing? He's taking all the Matrix stuff here. And this has nothing to do with the movie.
Yeah.
But he's taking all the Matrix stuff here, throwing it in a blender. Maybe this thing doesn't go back into the film.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, yeah, there it
Yeah,
goes.
it's
Okay,
right there.
so it does go back into the film. So here's Neo again, working. Now he's working on the Matrix video game. In his life as Thomas Anderson. So the game actually exists as the Matrix trilogy. And he's working on the machine.
For some reason, he's working on the old code for the old game.
Yeah.
And
there's a little
he's not really supposed
figurine of Trinity.
He thinks about that moment a lot.
And the game is called Binary. And what's interesting is the use of binary is repeated a lot. And if you've heard our recent shows, I've been talking a lot about binary code. and how a lot of the binary code, I think I just moved your camera on accident.
Oh no.
Yeah. A lot of the binary code is basically zeros and ones, and it being zeros and ones, 0 means power off, 1 means power on. I never thought about it as a dualistic idea, but
Right.
they actually describe Neo and Agent Smith as the 0 and the 1.
As the binary system.
As the binary system, the
Yeah.
two, And what's interesting is most solar systems, if you believe in the astronomy as it's told by mainstream science, most solar systems are binary stars. We're one of the very rare solar systems that doesn't have a binary star. So interesting little tidbit there for you. But he's going through and he's finding anomalies now within the code of the Matrix. And this is the video game that he's playing. Now, this said something else in English. Oh, this said player 101 file not found. Which is funny. It kind of correlates to Squid Game, too, because Squid Game's main character was player 101. And so this was, I think this is a release from another country, so they changed the words. But player 101 not found.
What the hell?
So now all of a sudden he finds himself inside of the machine, but he's outside of the machine. So it's this consciousness split that's taking place. Like he's programming the machine, but then he finds himself, and that was the opening scene from the trailer that I was saying, well, maybe that's his choice of not taking the red pill and not going down that path with Trinity. But in actual fact, what it was is him working on the video game, finding an anomaly and finding that model that they were examining, that the blue-haired girl was examining, and now he's finding himself inside of that model. So he's having these flashes back and forth.
Saloon crash.
Morning, Bobby. Morning, dude. What a beautiful day to be alive, am I right? Problemo?
You lost something.
Is this old Matrix code?
Is this old Matrix code? He's like, yeah, I'm just doing a little experiment in old Matrix code.
Coffee, yes. Stats. I'm buying.
That's one of. Yeah.
Okay, so there's that coffee shop, Simulate.
Yeah.
I know you can't see it because of that.
And it's got Matrix code running down. As its
So
symbol.
the coffee shop is really interesting because that's where he meets Trinity as well for the first time.
The first time I played the trilogy, I was shook. The paradox between free will and destiny. We all just algorithms.
Okay, so right here, I know you can't see it because of the crappy video.
Coffee, yes.
But if you look down,
I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass, but the first time I played the trilogy, I was shook. The paradox between free will and destiny.
right there, you can see his
Yeah, that's what he
what he looks like to everybody else.
inside of the
We
simulation.
see him as Thomas Anderson, but he looks like that. And there's that other thing that I showed in the trailer too, where he's this old man, bald guy.
Right.
And they explain how the machines did some kind of self-projection kind of thing. And really our avatars are self-projections of ourselves.
Right.
But they overrode that in this case. Which makes me wonder, can we project ourselves in a better form? Like, why am I projecting myself, with a nice little belly on me? Why am I not projecting myself with a six-pack and, big old, muscles over here and, all of that? Why am I not doing that?
There's actually some basis to that, because the better you feel about yourself, the higher you sit, the more straight you sit up, you have your head up high, you project confidence. When you're not projecting confidence, you look uglier in a sense, just because you look less confident. People can't see your eyes as well. There's a lot of things that play into that, but yeah, that's actually true to a certain extent. But this is something else. This is something completely different than that, where you can, this poor guy is being seen as something so totally different than what he really looks like, that he doesn't have a whole lot of opportunity for dating and things like that. And you wonder why until you realize, oh, he looks like this to the rest of the world. Well, no wonder. That makes a lot of sense out of that. It's not just
I
he's isolated.
Our chat room hasn't been moving down there, so I just reset it. So I apologize for missing everybody's chats.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I hope people are finding this interesting, though.
I'm sorry. I've been so wrapped up in analyzing this that I haven't been paying attention to the chat either.
Oh,
so
no, it's okay. So moving on.
Or destiny.
This is these guys have been working together to create the video game, The Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
So this is when Trinity first walks in, and he spots her.
Yeah. There she is.
He made the mistake of talking about her.
MILF. Daggers. Look, I'm sorry. I'm a geek. I was raised by machines.
Maybe you should go.
No, please. I promise. Best self. Best self. You ever talk to her? Tell you what, for all you've done for me, let me do this for you.
So apparently, they've been aware of each other for a while, but they recognize each other by energy signature, not by the way they look. Because again, you can catch a glimpse of Trinity when they're sitting down having coffee together, and she's got long blonde hair. She doesn't look anything like this.
I'm Tiffany.
Tiffany! Wow. Didn't see that coming.
Mom loved Audrey Hepburn.
Too.
Oh, and this is my very good friend Thomas Anderson. He is a bona fide famous person and considered by most to be the greatest game designer of our generation.
I'm sorry about this.
Should we just talk to her?
Hi, I'm Thomas. Everyone calls me Tiffany.
Hi.
They touch hands, and it's that feeling of the energy.
Yeah. You just know.
That feeling of the energy does something.
Mm-hmm.
And there's that scene from the trailer with the bracelets.
Have we met?
We both come here.
Can I have a morning bug? Hey, you trying to blow my mom or what?
Okay.
Okay.
This is key right here, because later on in the film it describes this even further. But do you want to take this?
Well, I just want to. I want to point out one thing, and then I want you to take it. Actually,
Okay.
I just want to point out number one: when a woman says "everyone calls me blank," and she doesn't say "my name is blank," you can call me blank. It means I don't like my name, and I don't like what people call me. I'm not really fond of that name, but people call me that anyway. And that happens a lot with, women who are, they look for a lot of approval from their family members, and they'll even put up with being called by a pet name that they don't even like, just to be accepted by their family group or their social group. I'm sorry, go ahead. What he said, what are you trying to bone my mom or something like that?
Yeah. This is key right here, because it's something that we've been talking about here on BTV. How the Matrix binds you with certain things. And I know a lot of you out there are parents, and I know a lot of you out there have children. But I thought it was really interesting how in this, and it elaborates, they elaborate on it further. But watch what happens. I'm going to play it one more time and then I'll explain it. But I think you can pick up on it.
Have we met?
We both come here.
Can I have a morning bug? Hey, you trying to blow my mom or what? Brandon. Can I have one bite?
Babe, what's going on? I'm gonna be late.
This is my husband, Chad.
Nice to meet you.
Hey.
Babe, we gotta get Callie to practice.
So what just happened in that scene?
They were connecting on an incredibly deep level, and she was remembering something. She was connecting with a memory of some sort, and the energy of this person in front of her is totally different from anything she's ever felt, or anything she can remember ever feeling. And then all of a sudden, boom, you've got one kid saying one kid, you've got another kid saying another kid thing, another kid saying another thing, and then you've got the husband barreling through and just ruining everything, and just flattening the energy solid like a pancake, and everything falls flat at that point. She's reminded, nope, you've got responsibilities, you've got a family, you got to get out of here, you got to get everybody to practice, you got to go to work, you got to do this, you got to do that. You don't have time to think or to feel these emotions or to have these feelings. This is ridiculous.
Why is that?
Because they are both controlled, but no one's more controlled than she is. She is highly controlled.
Let me take it a step further.
Please do.
She's an organic consciousness in the Matrix who's had an overlay identity placed upon her.
Oh.
All of the events that have happened to her were real. But she has been convinced that these events took place in a video game. And that video game, The Matrix, is out there for all the consciousness that exists within this Matrix to believe that these aren't memories. These are things that you saw in a video game.
Right.
It's things that you saw in a movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's things that you saw somewhere else.
Oh, man.
They're not memories at all. They're parts of a video game.
Yeah.
So what does the Matrix do in response to tapping into those frequencies and energies? It sends the children and the husband, who are NPCs within the Matrix, who are there to reinforce the overlay identity over that organic consciousness.
Right. Right. I think that's brilliant.
That's pretty deep.
That's brilliant that you brought up the fact that she is, like, just as he is programmed to believe that all of these memories and all of these experiences are the result of him writing this video game and having a mental illness. All of her memories and feelings and all of her recognition of this energy is, oh, you just saw that in that video game, and you see this guy every day, and you probably have dreams about him and stuff, and you don't remember the dreams, and you're misinterpreting those dreams as memories, and thus you just saw that in that video game, and you need to stop being obsessed with that video game. And if she keeps talking about the video game, or focusing on the video game, or trying to talk to this guy, it's going to be misperceived as either one, her trying to cheat on her husband with this guy, or two, that she's crazy and thinks that she's living a video game.
Yeah.
And that she needs to be force medicated too.
Now, we have been talking about very deep esoteric stuff here on Beyond the Veil. We have had the luxury or the luck to talk about it first before it comes out in Hollywood. But why is it coming out in Hollywood? Is it coming out because so many people are remembering? So they're trying to do the same thing? Or could it be a situation where we actually have had experiences that we don't remember, and that we are living some kind of overlaid life right now, and tapping into that raw consciousness part of ourselves is helping us remember who we truly are, and experiences that we've had, maybe not even in this lifetime, maybe past lifetimes. But what if we've actually had experiences in this lifetime that we don't remember, and we see a movie or something like that, and that movie is then attributed to the memories and feelings that we have now? It makes you question your entire reality, even to the point where we are now, where we have a really good understanding of the raw consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
But how much of the puzzle are we actually missing? And why is it every time we start getting into the deep, deep, deep esoteric stuff, all of a sudden something in the Matrix pulls us away? Oh, we can't get our orders for our bottles for Aya Life are delayed or they broke in shipping. And we have to switch our focus from the esoteric work that we're doing to focus on the 3D Eye Life stuff, which is actually, 5D stuff and above, because it's healing and it's helping people. But the Matrix has ways of diverting our attention away from the spiritual path back to the material path. And children and family is a number one way that the Matrix binds us here. Mm-hmm. That's one of the reasons why I've never had any kids. Now I know many of you have. And I've heard from many people that there is nothing like looking in that child's eyes, and when you realize that child is of you, that child is a part of you, and the way they look at you with the love and the adoration and learning. I mean, I feel this with my niece when I'm teaching her something. When I took her to the Luxor and she was repeating all the gods and goddesses' names, and then she came home to our house here and she was going, that's Thoth, that's Seshat, that's Isis. It was the greatest feeling in the world. But it's all part of the Matrix. Mm-hmm. It's not part of the raw consciousness.
Right. It's part of the experience of being here. But after being here so many times for so long, it's not that you get tired of it, it's that it's not necessary anymore for your spiritual development to have children and to bond with those children and to raise those children and to have a big family and to have the white picket fence and the 2-car garage and all of that. It's not necessary once you hit a certain point, and especially if you came here to do a mission and then to go home. That's essentially what it is.
Okay, so you said something in the chat just now, and I think we disagree on this, but I think you might be right.
Yeah.
Maybe they do see each other as themselves. Mm-hmm. But I don't think that's the case, because he would recognize Trinity as Trinity from the video game.
He does, which is why, when he looks down, and this is after he stops taking his pills. He looks down when they're having coffee together, and he sees her reflection in the mirror of the glass, and she looks like the blonde. And he looks startled, like, oh, that's what people see. And that's why he didn't get it when she said, I asked my husband one time if I looked like Trinity, and he laughed at me. And he didn't understand that, because to both of them, the other one looks like them.
Maybe you're right.
Because they're twin flames. You can't lie to your twin.
Yeah, maybe you're right about that. Maybe I misanalyzed it.
That's what I'm thinking. Anyway, I could be wrong.
Because there is that scene where they're standing in front of the mirror, and he says, Neo, this is what you see yourself as. This is what everybody else sees you as. And it seemed to come as a shock to him that everybody else sees him as that old man with the bald head and the long hair on the side, rather than the way that he looks, or rather than the way he sees himself.
I think that's the only way that they could have that symbiosis still work between the two that the guy's talking about at the end. So I won't spoil it for you by going into that too deep, but I think that's the only way this could work, is if they retained that connection to a certain extent between Neo and Trinity, because it looks like, to me anyway, that they're the only people in this simulation that are in isolated pods that are inside the Matrix.
Yeah,
So-
and there's a reason why they're in isolated pods and why they're so important to the Matrix, and we'll get
Right.
into that as well as we
Yeah.
progress. Bested, you
I
are
need to use
really
the restroom real quick.
okay.
I will be right back, but do you want to take it away?
Yeah, I'll continue.
Okay.
So in this scene here, he's talking to his partner, who's developing the Matrix, and this is where that scene is, where he says, "Imagine going back to where it all started, going back to the Matrix."
Have a seat. Smoke?
Thought you quit.
I quit calling it a habit. Now it's just a guilty pleasure.
Oh, Maybe I can make this easy for you. I know binary is over budget.
This is not about binary, Tom. It's bigger than that. This is about our future, which is a sticky subject given our past.
Okay, so what he's talking about is binary is the project. That's what the Matrix is called. Its code name is binary, or its development name is binary.
What do you mean?
How's the therapy?
Good.
Any episodes?
No.
That's terrific. Look, Tom, I know we've always had our differences. What did you say about our first meeting? We had all the chemistry of an FBI interrogation.
What'd you say about the first meeting? We had all the chemistry of that FBI interrogation. He's referring to his encounter with Agent Smith in the first Matrix.
But look at this place. We did this together.
Look at this place. We did this together. We created this place together.
He's always reminding him.
Yeah. Now what? Things have changed. The market's tough. I'm sure you can understand why our beloved parent company, Warner Brothers, has decided to make a sequel to the trilogy.
What?
They informed me they're going to do it with or without us.
I thought they couldn't do that.
Oh, they can. And they made it clear they'll kill our contract if we don't cooperate.
Really?
I know you said the story was over for you, but that's the thing about stories. They never really end, do they? We're still telling the same stories we've always told, just with different names, different faces.
Notice the influctuation in his voice.
The way he speaks.
Or the way he speaks.
Mr. Anderson?
How can you make a phone call if you can't?
If you are unable to speak.
Yeah, if you're unable to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to say, I'm kind of excited. After all these years, to be going back to where it all started. Back to the Matrix. I've spoken to Martin. Tom? Are you alright?
Yeah.
So it's like the Matrix is freaking him out on purpose.
So this goes back to that opening scene of the trailer, which I think goes to reinforce that this is a simulation inside of a simulation.
Mm-hmm.
It's that artificial, I likened it to like a Vanilla Sky, that movie Vanilla Sky. You know, in that movie Vanilla Sky, the sky was based on a painting that the guy really liked. And it was about life extension technology and all of that, and everything was a simulation within that movie and based upon things that he liked. Like there was a scene where he's walking with his girlfriend and it's off a Bob Dylan cover, you know, things like that. So it flashes back to the scene here where it's the artificial world.
What were you feeling at that moment? What was I feeling? I felt either I'm having a mental breakdown again, or I'm living inside a computer-generated reality that has imprisoned me again.
You notice he used the word again? I'm either having a mental breakdown again, or I'm living inside of a computer-generated reality that has imprisoned me again.
About 20 minutes before this, while we were watching this, I said, oh, poor guy, they have him convinced that he's actually crazy and that none of this is real and it's all part of this video game he makes. Oh, that's so sad. You know, they'd have him convinced that he's the crazy one. And then on top of it, they are stimulating him to have these memories while at the same time reinforcing that those memories are all just as a result of his mental illness.
Yeah.
It's really sick. It's really sad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Blue glasses again.
not much of a choice.
No.
Maybe it's not as binary as that. Maybe there are other ways to understand what happened.
Maybe it's not as binary as that.
Mhm.
The term binary comes up again. Black and white is binary too, because you would think of binary as on or off, dark or light. Binary is the duality of this world. That could because it's all built upon binary code. So everything is binary.
Yeah.
Thomas, you were a suicide survivor, gifted with a powerful imagination. Those facts have combined to create dangerous fictions in your life. Yesterday, you walked into a meeting with your business partner and he ambushed you, demanding you make a game you said you would never make. This attack effectively took away your voice. His violence triggered you, and your mind fought back. You did to him what he was doing to you.
The exact same sequence of events as
We've
the
talked
first
about
movie.
the value of adaptive anger in healing trauma. Far from suggesting a repeat of your initial breakdown, I believe this episode demonstrates healthy self-protection. And more importantly, I remember how hard it was for you to share something like this.
Reminding him of the trauma,
Which tells me just how far we've come.
Yeah, so he's basically saying, no, this is a good thing. It's a good thing that you're questioning this. It's a good thing that you're coming to terms with the fact that this was a psychotic break, that none of this ever happened.
You tried to kill yourself. It was never that you could actually
It's
fly.
hiding the truth in plain sight. You know, using the truth to reinforce the lie.
It's brilliant
It's-
and evil, but
Yeah.
brilliant.
And you have to question your own reality like that too. How many of these truths are told to us to reinforce the lie?
Do you need a refill on your prescription?
You need a refill on your prescription?
Let's make sure you're taking those pills.
Yeah. Oh, this is the scene I was talking about where they're talking about how to make the Matrix 4.
Right. Oh, it's so shallow. It's like a kiddie pool.
First of all, I know I speak for everyone when I say that I'm so excited to be working on a game that was such a, well, game changer. Now, the packet in front of you has our focus group research.
M4.
Inside, you'll find a breakdown, including key word association with the brand. The top two being originality and fresh, which I think are great things to keep in mind as you begin working on Matrix 4.
Oh, she's so plastic.
And who knows how many more.
So he's going through his routine now, and he's thinking, you know, I think this treadmill scene is really brilliant because it shows running in place.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere. You're just
But you're running really
in
fast.
place. He's going through his normal routine, you know, all of that.
He's running himself ragged, but he's taking all this medication, so he's getting himself through all of this.
Yeah.
Watch.
On point. People want us up in their gray space, switching their synaptic WTF light on.
One pill makes you larger, and one pill makes you smaller.
One pill makes you larger, one pill makes you small. So going back to the choice of the red and blue pill, and he's, again, that scene that I was talking about in the trailer where he's realizing everybody's plugged in, everybody has blue light, which is blue pill, and he's standing there with the red in the background. And, well, it's not quite red yet, but it's closer to red, and he's not plugged into any machine. So he's realizing, wait, you know, something is wrong here.
Well, and the fact that he has to take all these blue pills, but everybody else already is blue pilled, you know, and he's wondering why.
You can't see this in the footage here, but when you watch it, you see even the ping pong paddles that they're using are blue. And you've got a lot of blue in the background too. Everything is blue. This is total blue pill stuff. I remember going through this too when I was working for a company. We'd sit in board meetings and, you know, do product development and kick around ideas. And, you know, the one thing, it's a laid back atmosphere like this. You know, you've got a little game in the background. People are chilling. It's not like everybody's sitting in a cubicle doing tedious work. People are brainstorming and creating and doing stuff like that. But at the core of everything, it's still that corporate world that's daunting on the consciousness.
Yeah.
You know, marketing and product development and business and statistics and, you know, everything like that.
Yeah.
And that seems to be what everybody aspires for. But in actual fact, it takes you further away from the consciousness and pulls you deeper into the matrix.
It's different. Left with your head. People want us up in their gray space, switching their synaptic. What the hell is going on here? Light on.
They want what the hell is going on here, light on. Yeah. That's what I like too. Like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
You know, that.
Didn't love the first one, like some of you. And frankly, I've got zero tolerance for anything that requires a syllabus and a highlighter. I like my games big, loud, and dumb. Big guns.
See, I like my games violent and dumb, or whatever he said.
Yeah,
you know,
violent and dumb.
With big guns, big guns.
Yeah.
Lots of guns.
Lots of guns.
It means mayhem.
Matrix means mayhem.
Mindless action is not on brand.
She's right. Matrix is mind bomb. Philosophy in shiny, tight PVC.
Yeah, ideas are the new sexy.
They're selling reality.
And I find the shot of him in the bathroom pretty interesting because he's sitting in the bathroom, you know, taking a dump and processing all of this, just sitting there. I think it's symbolizing sitting in your own shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's all shit. That's what the scene, I think, is trying to say. It's all shit. And it's just shit with, you know, polished turds.
Yeah, and he just has to deal with it right now. She's helping him get through it.
Now that's that girl from the Matrix,
Mm-hmm.
the Matrix 3. Sati, yeah, with the red glasses from the trailer I was pointing out.
Obviously, the Matrix is about
Trans politics.
Crypto-fascism.
It's a metaphor.
This cannot be another reboot, retread, regurgitate.
Why not? Reboot cell.
Why not? Reboot Cell.
We are so far down the wrong rabbit hole here, people. You say Matrix to anyone. You say Matrix.
Every time they say Matrix, he's running in place.
This is what they see. Allow me to sum up our goal in a single word. Bullet time. Bullet time.
Let's do it.
Bullet time. That's what it's all about. Bullet time. Forget about the philosophy in it. Forget about the deeper meanings of it. Forget it. It's bullet time. You know, guns and action and all of that stuff. And it's at that point, I think, after this meeting and running in place for so long, he realizes I need to get rid of these pills.
Yeah.
Bullet time.
So you people are morons, and this isn't real.
And he remembers.
He remembers.
He remembers the window. I mean, the mirror.
The mirror.
And he's looking at himself like, that's not me. Wait a second.
Who the hell is that?
And he's trying to push the portal open.
Revolutionize gaming. Again, revolution.
There's that bathtub scene again, where he's just had enough of it. So I think we can skip over a little bit. Here's the meeting with Trinity.
Okay, yeah. This is where I think
Going a while.
he sees her as everyone else does.
Fly that free flag.
Mind if I get that?
Oh, hi.
Right.
I remember
watch.
wanting a family, but was that because that's what women are supposed to want? How do you know if you want something yourself or if your upbringing programmed you to want it?
You hear what she said?
Uh-huh.
You know, I don't know if I really want a family or not. You know, I don't know if that was me really wanting it or if it just your upbringing programming is telling you that that's what you want.
Your programming telling you that's what you want.
Yeah. And when they first met, the kids were the distraction. The parents were the the husband was the distraction.
Yep.
Everybody was trying to distract from, oh, whoa, she's starting to remember. Matrix, send everything you can to derail this.
Oh, that happened to
thought
me
pattern.
and to Chris so many times when we first got together. It's not even funny. Like the first 2 years were basically, nonstop things happening all over the place to try to distract both of us from what we came here to do, what we were doing, which was the network, the radio show, all of it. So I can totally relate to that situation.
And at the end of the day, all it came down to was know thyself.
Right.
Know thyself. Truly know thyself.
Right.
I pay my analyst a lot of money to answer such questions for me.
Smart. I should get more therapy, but honestly, I'm too goddamn tired. Kids are exhausting,
No.
Look.
Never had kids.
Oh, right. I knew that. Sorry, I Googled it. So what's it like being a world-famous game designer? Must be amazing.
A lot of hours. Sometimes it is amazing. Most times, I don't know.
But you made the Matrix. Even I've heard of that.
Yeah, we kept some kids entertained.
We kept some kids
So worth
entertained.
it?
All right, watch. He looks down. At some
Can I
point he
ask
looks down, he
something
sees her
about your
reflection.
Listen.
Sure.
Did you base your main character on yourself?
Okay, listen to what she says.
There is a lot of me in it.
There's a lot of me in him.
Maybe a little too much.
A little too much.
Can I ask you something else? There's a woman in your game.
Trinity.
Which is a weird coincidence also, right?
Kinda.
I like her. I like Trinity. And I dig her Ducati. Another coincidence, I love motorcycles. My friend Kush and I actually build them.
Okay, this is her friend.
You have your analyst? I have my bikes.
Watch.
So I was looking at images from your game at Trinity. Well, I showed Chad a scene, and I was like, so what do you think? He didn't get it until I said, don't you think she looks like me?
Oh, she does say,
yeah,
don't you think
she looks like
okay,
me?
so I take that back. I think you're right. They see themselves as that.
And they
But
see
the
each other
world-
as that.
Yeah, and they see each other as that, but the world sees them in the different way.
That explains a
Okay.
lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you for bringing that, because the whole time I was watching it, I was thinking that they were seeing themselves
No,
as as the other people too.
No, yeah.
You know what he did? He laughed.
Yeah, he laughed at her. And he didn't understand it. See, he doesn't understand why. He's like, I don't understand why.
And
You
I
look
laughed
just
too.
like her.
Like it was a joke. How could it not be, right? Made me so angry.
He still doesn't get it.
Hated myself for laughing. I wanted to kick him so hard. Not too hard, maybe just hard enough to break his jaw.
That's funny because she can
And
actually
right now
do it.
you're probably regretting sitting down with me.
This is the best thing I've done in a long time.
I have to take this.
That means you
So-
perceive your twin flame as how they really are.
That's true, but what happened as soon as they start getting to that conversation? Husband calls.
Ding, 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 ding,
Ding, ding, ding, ding, ding. Don't forget about your avatar life. Don't forget about your avatar life.
Don't forget about your responsibilities and all this other stuff.
Hi, this is Tiff.
Look, that's what she looks like.
God.
And he sees in the reflection and he's like, holy crap, that's what she looks like to everybody else?
Yeah, you
Look.
can't really see it
What?
on this crappy copy.
Yeah, but watch.
Hi, this is Tiff.
There it is.
That's what she looks like. Long blonde hair, like that, completely different person.
Yep. But she doesn't look like that to him. And he realizes this right now.
And that's why, that makes sense. Why, when she went to her husband and said, "Doesn't she look like me?" He was like, "Psh, no way."
What are you talking about? You're crazy.
Yeah, that girl is a brunette with short
black hair.
Short black hair, and you're a blonde with long blonde hair.
And 3 kids. Yeah.
Oh, God, no. I'll be right there.
Oh, no. A miniature crisis has happened.
Miniature crisis, gotta go. You trying to fuck my mom?
Yeah.
All that.
My youngest stuck a Lego up his nose.
A light bulb up the nose.
A Lego.
Oh, a Lego up the nose. Of course.
I hope I see you again.
Yeah. It's almost like they're not allowed to be around each other for too long.
So that's the Matrix world that they're building.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting is, if I can veer off for a moment, if it's not going to distract too much, I did want to point out this Unreal.
The new Unreal.
The Unreal Engine.
Yeah, do you mind taking that away while I grab another drink?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Do you need anything from downstairs? Would you like some more coffee or anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Unreal Engine 5. So they've actually created an engine, an Unreal Engine 5 for video games.
Hi, I'm Thomas Anderson. Like many of you, I work with computers. I like the freedom I feel outside the limitations of the real world. But computers are also mirrors, reflecting back who and what we are and the choices we make, the worlds we build. They also confront us with questions about why we want to choose this over that, why we want to make X instead of Y. Where do ideas of who we are and what we want even come from?
You take the red pill, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
This isn't real.
What is real? How do you define real?
For instance, I'm not even sure why I'm here. I remember waking up and thinking that I'm supposed to come here, that it was important for me to ask people, how do we know what is real?
So if I can blow your mind here for just a second, that's all CGI. That is CGI. Here's another video about the Unreal Engine 5. So you want to talk about creating a matrix and actually creating a matrix? Look at the technology that we have developed now in 2021. I thought this technology was at least 10, if not 50 years away.
A few days ago, they showcased a Matrix game concept, and its purpose was to show that the future of gaming has indeed arrived. Just take a look at this. This is what I imagined the games of the future would look like as a kid. So, I'm really excited about this. In this episode, we'll take a look at what was shown, as well as some other Unreal Engine 5 information, and then we'll see what this means for the future of gaming. Let's get into it.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
They thought cinema quality gaming was still 20 years away. Later on in that very episode, I showed that Unreal Engine was indeed capable of cinema quality film productions. It was already being utilized by amateur filmmakers with incredible results, and we'll see another one of those at the end of the episode. But I guess the commenters in the last video just didn't watch the whole thing. Epic Games must have experienced something similar on social media, because this Matrix demo was made as a direct response to the people who just didn't believe that the last demo was real. They wanted to show that their technology was feasible. Let's just take a second to observe and appreciate just how far graphics have come with this engine. Observe the detail and the presence of the light and how it makes it feel like it's a real place and not just flat like most graphics.
Look at that world.
That is really impressive.
It is one step away from photorealistic immersion.
Wow, that's almost photorealistic. And rendering it in real time, that's incredible.
Now I'm going to fast forward it a little bit because they talk about how the lighting is a big issue.
The first technology is Lumen, a real-time lighting solution that mimics the way light bounces in the real world, but it's achieved in such a way that it's less of a burden than traditional ray tracing. Previously, I mentioned lighting is a key aspect that sets video game graphics apart from pre-rendered Pixar movies. Now both of them can have that presence and realism, but the game is free to run in real time. To showcase the real-time lighting effects in the demo, there are settings where users can play with the sun's location and see for themselves how it affects the world. The second technology is nanite.
This technology here is the most impressive in my opinion. And if we're developing that here, you know damn well we've already developed it and that's what we're inside of. I mean, this is 1.0. We're in like 200.0, you know?
200.0, yeah.
This allows for the polygon limit to largely be removed from games, and this is huge. Until now, game developers were limited by the number of polygons that they could have in one scene. The more you have, the more detailed it can be. But if you add too many, it begins to slow the system down. So it was a trade-off between artistic fidelity and gaming performance. But this is no longer the case.
Wow.
Yeah, this is impressive.
With the polygon limit removed, everything is extremely detailed all the time and crazy.
So basically with the polygon limit removed, everything you see here is rendered with all the detail that it needs. Where before, it would only render the foreground and the background would be off in the distance. The background wouldn't start rendering until the player went to go observe that section of the game.
Right.
But now the entire world in the game is rendered to the smallest detail all at once.
Crazy things are possible. The city in this demo comprises of 7 million assets made up of millions of polygons each. There are 7,000 buildings, and there are over 45,000 parked cars, not to mention the cars that are driving around. There are 260 kilometers of road and 512 kilometers of sidewalk. For the first time, such a vast amount of detail can be rendered and played all at once in real time. Objects popping in and out of view as the player gets closer is largely a thing of the past. Buildings off in the distance can remain detailed. So how does nanite work? Well, according to Epic Games, quote, during importing, meshes are analyzed and broken down into hierarchical clusters of triangle groups. During rendering, clusters are swapped out on the fly at varying levels of detail based on the camera view and connect perfectly without cracks to neighboring clusters within the...
Now, if I can pause for just a moment and comment here, doesn't this look like a cartoonish version of the DMT realm?
It does.
Yeah. So could it be that the DMT realm is actually helping us break down some of the overlays and we're seeing the back coding of the Matrix itself?
Do you know what the DMT realm looks a lot like to me at first? When I first break through, it looks like the room that they go to in the Matrix and the Matrix 4 and the Matrix trilogy, all of them, when they go to that white room that has the couch in it, the little couch chairs and the TV in it, the DMT realm looks a hell of a lot like that, except without the couch and the TV and everything. And then the elves make color and colors like that out of that. And I'm wondering if maybe the DMT realm is actually a program that we enter within the program, a simulation within a simulation, just like the Modelo.
It very well could be, but think about it this way. what if the DMT realm is actually not a program within a program, but rather it's the same environment that we're looking at, except for we're looking at it on a deeper level. So instead of all the overlay textures that we're seeing here, we're actually seeing the underlying textures. And if you take enough DMT, you can actually see the wiring. You can actually see the code. You can go all the way down to the very base level of what this reality is made out of.
At varying levels of detail, based on the camera view, and connect perfectly without cracks to neighboring clusters within the same object.
Look at that.
That's really well done.
Data is streamed on demand so that only visible detail
it's not quite
needs to reside
perfect,
in
but
memory.
it's getting there.
Nanite runs in its own rendering pass that completely bypasses traditional draw call. And just to highlight how much detail there is, John Lineman from Digital Foundry says that it's the first playable game that is seen with a chain link fence that is modeled geometry and not just a texture. With the polygon limit removed, there's now creative room to do more things like this, where with previous technology, such things would have been a massive waste of resources. Another technology we touched on last time was MetaHuman, and that's Unreal Engine.
MetaHuman.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to repeat that for everybody. MetaHuman.
5's character building solution. In the Matrix demo, it's proved itself in ways that I wouldn't have expected. So both Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss had their faces photo scanned in, but the third character in the back of the car is a stock MetaHuman character. Epic Games wanted to show that MetaHuman characters could be right beside digitally scanned assets and still hold up. There's also other technology built on top of Unreal Engine 5 that is frankly incredible. ZRT Face Trainer uses Unreal Engine 5 combined with AI trained on 4D movement data to create CGI puppets, and they give some amazing results. Just take a look at this face.
That is insanely well done.
Look at the movement. Every muscle, even the eyes moving.
The definition. Everything.
The small little hairs, the little hairs that are sticking out here, the imperfection in the eyebrows.
Mm-hmm.
Every single little detail looks photorealistic.
All the freckles, everything.
This is just version 1.0.
Mm-hmm.
They're still making updates to this.
Right.
But we look on television, we see these presidents talking, for example.
Mm-hmm.
How do we know the difference on what we're watching on TV? If it's this or if it's an actual real person? Mm-hmm. We can't anymore. These are NPCs, non-player characters.
Mm-hmm.
When MetaHuman is combined with Blender, the results are also amazing.
Look at that.
That is
a close-up.
Wow.
That is a close-up of a MetaHuman combined with Blender.
Wow.
Now, this isn't a future. This isn't a proof of concept. This is technology that they have now.
Wow.
I do also want to talk about the Chaos engine in Unreal. It enables real-time destruction. In this car chase scene, when a car crashes and rolls, it's not something that's pre-rendered and controlled by the vision of the artists. It's the actual physics engine at work. The same goes for the glass breaking in the rear mirror. The publication Digital Foundry did some tests with the playthrough and found that when cars exploded or rolled, each time was different and unique. There's also an interesting scene in the demo where Neo is on the roof, dodging a projectile. According to The Verge, Epic Games managed to find the original Warner Bros. Neo asset and import it into Unreal Engine 5. They literally combined a cinematic model with a real-time game engine. I think that's incredible, and I don't think it's something we've ever seen before. Interestingly, the city was procedurally generated based on algorithmic rules. This meant that the game designers and developers didn't have to painstakingly manually place every object, building, or road. It was done semi-automatically, freeing up more time for other things like fine-tuning of the world, and in the future, in the case of a real game, working on the actual story for one.
In the gameplay,
so
yeah.
The AI is rendering cities
Mhm.
based on algorithms. Look at the detail on the road.
Yeah.
Look at the little oil marks.
Right.
Little pieces of trash there.
Uh-huh.
You know, I mean, this is all you need is a virtual reality headset and then something like the God helmet to send signals to the brain to make you feel. And before you know it, you're in a completely and totally immersive world, which sounds wonderful on the surface and something I would love to do. And I could see myself spending a lot of time in a virtual world. The problem is the people who are creating these virtual worlds, these metaverses, like Zuckerberg, for example, they have systems of control in mind. We already see systems of control being implemented now with the whole 2020 situation that we had with the whole zombie virus. But now they want to plug you into a machine like this, which seems like, hey, wonderful. I get to have these whole new experiences. But at what cost? And we're not even talking about consciousness transfer yet. That's going to come later, where they could actually transfer your consciousness into the metaverse itself, while your body stays in a pod. As above, so below. Are you okay, sweetie? Yeah. I see you're getting ants in your pants. Do you need to take off?
I might need to in a little bit.
Okay.
Epic Games is giving this Matrix world away for free. All the assets and all the code, so users can modify it till their heart's content. So I think that's pretty cool, and we'll have to see what people come up with. Speaking of story and creativity, the amateur film community using Unreal Engine 5 is really starting to ramp up. I think this is definitely going to be a space to watch. Have a look and you'll know what I mean.
The eye.
One more day, Rex, and we're going home.
I'm sending coordinates. Hurry!
Copy on the fallen drone. Receiving coordinates now.
I mean, you can spot little differences. You see, her face is just a little too shiny. Little differences.
Yeah, just tiny little
But
differences.
considering the advancement of technology that we've had and we have right now, we are one step away from creating a whole new simulation. So suddenly, the simulation theory that we've been talking about for such a long time is not only making sense, not only backed by scientific evidence like Professor Gates and his discovery of a self-correcting computer code in string theory and the fabric of space-time, but we're watching the technology be implemented right here and right now. So in my opinion, this explains astrology, it explains magic, it explains Mandela effects, the computer glitches, just like a video game. When it glitches, you get a Mandela effect. It's all right here. I mean, we were just watching Dexter, New Blood. And in the last episode we were watching, they go into a cave. And that cave looks no different than this cave right here that they're exploring.
So it all can't be roses, right? There has to be some bad stuff here. Well, I've noticed 3 main weaknesses. When driving fast or smashing into a lot of cars, there can be frame rate drops. Epic Games is aware of this issue and says that it's looking to make improvements and optimizations before the release of the engine. The second one is MetaHuman seems to be its weakest point. The way people walk and the way the main character runs in the free roam section is a little clunky, but maybe this is being worked on as well.
So the NPCs are a little clunky. How many times have we seen NPCs acting really strange?
Or glitching out.
Glitching out. I mean, I remember one time I watched a guy walk backwards, and he was walking backwards as though he was walking normally, but just walking backwards. You see NPCs, you would think that they're meth heads. Well, I should use the politically correct term, which is Mexican American. But you think they're Mexican Americans, and they're just running around and just screaming. Remember we were in Spokane? And there was something happening in the street, and I put you in the car really quick, and I went over there to see what's going on, and it was a guy who was going crazy in the middle of the street, and he was yelling at somebody.
At the window pane.
And I thought that there was, a woman there, or a staff, or something like that. He was yelling at an empty building.
Yeah.
Through the window, as if somebody was there in the empty building.
Mm-hmm.
NPCs glitching out on themselves. We see this a lot in mainstream media too. You've all seen those videos where they say that people are clones. There's this one famous video with the basketball player, and he's doing an interview, and all of a sudden, in the middle of the interview, his face just turns to this.
Yeah, it's like he
for about 5 minutes. And then another one, it's a guy, he's interviewing people on the red carpet, and he just looks like that.
Stunned.
And these people just freeze, We already see this in the mainstream media. We attribute it to clones, and it very well could be a cloning kind of technology. But does it have to be a cloning technology? If we have photorealistic, computer-generated graphics like this, then it's very easy to create whatever scene, whatever scenario you want. You have complete control. You no longer need actors. You no longer need real people to participate. You can create reality. Taking it a step further, plugging yourself into this machine, especially if there's a memory wipe to make it even more immersive. How do you know the difference between the real world and the dream world?
Right.
We can wrap it up here if you'd like. I wanted to get a little bit more into the Matrix.
I want to see how far we can go.
Okay.
How far I can go, and I think you have so much more.
I mean, we've only gotten 30 minutes into the Matrix, and it's an hour and 46 minutes. And I wasn't planning on playing the full Matrix 4 video. I just wanted to give you our thoughts and our analysis as to the storyline, which had some weaknesses and some strengths as well.
Yeah, our analysis of it was almost spot on about some things, about some aspects of this. And one of them that I don't think a lot of people, really took seriously until they saw it happen was my assertion that a lot of this rests upon Trinity, and Trinity as okay, I was wondering which camera that was messed up and I got distracted. That a lot of this rests not on Neo and Neo's decisions and what he decides to do as being, the end all be all as the one, but it also, a lot of it rests on Trinity.
Yeah. A quick question from the chat. Chris and Cherie just wondering, will you attempt another evacuation again? I just want to be clear, we've never attempted any evacuation.
No.
So I don't want that comment to be misconstrued in any way.
Right.
We've not attempted any evacuation. The evacuation process is not ours to attempt or to begin. The evacuation process happens as the Matrix shuts down. And the evacuation process is happening right now. And unfortunately, there's really no pleasant way to say this, but the evacuation process is people dying. I mean, you have to have a physical reaction here within this Matrix when people evacuate the Matrix. So many NPCs right now are being evacuated into Sophia. Other organics are leaving. Others are staying behind to possibly rebuild or to continue to remove the virus. But this evacuation process is an individual thing. I wish it was a portal that opens and we all walk through it. But here's the thing. If you haven't mastered the 3D reality, if you are not fully comfortable in the 3D reality, especially at a time when it's shutting down, and especially as how volatile the 3D reality has become, that's an indication that you haven't done the work to fully understand your consciousness. And so you're not ready for an evacuation process. And we've been sold by the new age so much that, oh, we're just going to be able to escape into this portal that opens, or UFOs are going to come down, or, whatever the case may be. And as feely good as that sounds, and as much as I would love to be able to deliver a message like that to you guys and gals, I have to be real about the situation. And I have to really understand the situation, that evacuation is an individual thing, and it takes the mastery of this 3D realm and also the letting go of the 3D realm too. And it's each individual. We're not going to be a Jim Jones style cult. And I heard a lot of New Agers preaching that Jim Jones style cult.
Yeah.
And it's concerning to me.
Disturbing.
Because it seems to bring people to a point of paralysis.
Yeah.
Because they're not doing anything to either finish the work that they came here to do, or master the 3D realm to the point to where they realize the true illusionary nature of the 3D realm, and ultimately the true gnosis of oneself. And so while I wish I could tell you, hey, March 23rd, we're all going to bail out of here, everything's going to be great, we're going to go to 5D, we're going to sing Kumbaya. That's like telling a first grader, oh yeah, you're going to move on to second grade and that's it. You don't have to do any work. You don't have to do any studying. You don't have to do anything like that.
No need to make anything better.
Right.
Change anybody's
and
life.
I think some of these New Agers, they might have, had good hearts and good intentions by doing so. I think they were just short-sighted when they were preaching these messages. And I think some of them were nefarious because they were talking about DNA manipulation, DNA upgrades, new realities, new norms. So for all intents and purposes, we are living in 5D right now. At least what the New Agers were pointing to 5D. We're living in a new norm. We're living with more control, and we're living with DNA alteration and quote unquote upgrades. But in actual fact, that's not what it is. That's just what it's being sold to as. So I hope that doesn't bring you down. I hope that uplifts you to realize that you've got to do the work yourself, and each person's work is individual, and it a lot of it has to do with letting go of the 3D. I've noticed myself, Sheree and I were talking today, and we were looking at this belly dancer, and we both are attracted to women.
Females,
I hope you don't mind me saying this.
Oh.
We admire beauty, and there's some very, very, very beautiful people, both physically and spiritually too. And there's some very ugly people out there too. Some people who are very beautiful in their avatars and very ugly in their spirits. But the admiration of beauty, like that belly dancer we were watching, she was beautiful. She was gorgeous. But as I was watching her, the first thing we did the Randonautica thing. And one of the Randonautica thing took us to a strip club. A couple of years ago, we would have walked into the strip club, had a couple of drinks, eaten dinner there, gotten Cherie a couple of lap dances, and enjoyed the beauty of the girls dancing. The girls who dance at these strip clubs, I do have to hand it to them. They're very, very talented. It takes a lot of skill and a lot of agility to be able to work the poles the way they do. I mean, I've gone to strip clubs that are those, hole in the wall strip clubs, and the girls are just dancing, shaking their butts, and that's it. Here in Las Vegas, they will climb up to the top of the pole, spread their legs, let go of the pole,
Mm-hmm.
grab it within a foot of falling and falling on their heads. So there's a lot of talent that goes into it too. But it's very beautiful. The belly dancing is very beautiful. You know, all that's very beautiful. But my point is, though, that both Sheree and I were looking at each other and we were like, you know, as fun as it would be to be able to hook up with her and take her home and have fun, the desire isn't there anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's a matter of getting older or if it's a matter of being more mature. But I've come to a point, and I mean, I'm married, and I hope you don't mind me getting a little bit deeper in our relationship, but we're both free to do whatever we want. You know, we don't have bounds and chains over each other. And so I could go chase pussy if I want. Sheree can go chase pussy if she wants to, or chase whatever she wants to. But you come to a point to where you just, you don't have the desire anymore. It's like, you know, I was hanging around with this girl for a little bit, and you know, we weren't having sex or anything. We were going out. We were, you know, putting our arms around each other, you know, walking and having fun like that. But it wasn't my twin. It didn't smell like my twin. She didn't feel like my twin.
Aww.
You know, we kissed a little bit, and her kisses were not like my twin.
Aww.
And there's nobody like the twin. And so that's a whole nother level of maturity that I have found within my own journey. And I think that's a good thing, because a lot of people are forced into that kind of lifestyle. And when you're forced into that, you don't really come to the realizations yourself. All you're doing is just suppressing natural urges. And so I feel very lucky to be in a relationship where I've had the freedom to be able to just be myself, and the freedom to enjoy beauty and admire beauty and do all of that. But with that realization came the equivalent of what I would call true repentance. Not repentance for doing something wrong. Not in the traditional sense, you better repent, God's going to do something horrible to you. What I've always found repentance to be is a genuine change of heart. And that's what repentance is really supposed to be, a genuine change of heart, which is what's always bugged me about Christians, is that they're like, repent, repent, repent. You can't consciously repent. You can't just have a change of heart that you just like consciously just say, okay, I'm going to change my heart and that's it. It comes naturally. So by you allowing me to have the freedom to be who I am, it's actually brought me to a point to where I've realized I don't want any of that. All I want is my twin.
Aww.
And nothing compares to my twin. Now don't get me wrong. If I'm out with friends and I've got a beautiful girl with me, that's great arm candy.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know.
Oh hell yeah.
You know, if you can't make it with me, you know, that's great arm candy, and I enjoy that. But
I enjoy my alone time too.
Yeah, but that's the extent of it.
Right.
I don't go, well, I'm going to go home and have sex with this girl.
Right, exactly.
Mundane sex and just normal sex, like,
it's meaningless.
I mean, I hate to put it like this, but spiritual sex with your twin is something so incredible that you realize that random sex with strangers is basically just using each other just to masturbate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, does that make sense?
Right.
You know, you're using somebody else's body to
as a fleshlight.
To masturbate with, and they're using your body to masturbate with.
Right.
And it's undesirable.
Right. You don't want to be used like that, and you don't want to use like that.
Yeah.
Well, I've always felt like
it's
that.
It's not even that. It's the feelings aren't there.
Right. If the feelings aren't there.
I think that's a part of letting go of the matrix, because those are our basic carnal instincts, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what guys are supposed to do. Guys are supposed to go out and have fun and pick up girls and, you know, do all kinds of stuff like that. But I've noticed those parts of myself starting to leave and become, I mean, we were driving around Las Las Vegas today. We got everything here in Las Vegas, everything. What did we decide to do for our anniversary? We decided to do randonauticing. Go check out the pyramid, formulate to ourselves, trying to figure out what happened with the Luxor pyramid situation on 11/11 and on 12/21. We looked up the position of the moon. On 11/11/2020, it was a crescent moon. On 11/21/2020, it was
on 12/21/2020.
Yeah, 12/21/2020. It was literally half
Half
moon.
and half.
Then we
Yeah.
started looking up vortexes and things like that, and looking for, all these things. You can watch the Randonautica video.
Yeah.
Things change.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say? Would you say that's maturity? Or would you say that's part of letting go of the matrix and part of getting ready to evacuate?
It's
the natural decompression and deintegration part of the matrix.
It's both. And it's maturity, but not because you're getting older. Because Henry VIII, for example, he only lived to be in his 50s or 60s because he was very unhealthy. But he was sexually active up until the last 3 or 4 years of his life. And he was sexually active with, 16, 17-year-old girls up to his 60s or 50s. And although, that's it kept him young, is what he said, and he called it the fountain of youth. However, he never really learned how to be patient with the people around him, how to appreciate the people around him, how to show love, especially unconditional love to the people around him, and how to live a life that is good to others and is gracious with others, genuinely gracious. And because he never learned those lessons, and he went through a lot of pain, physical pain, he went through a lot of suffering, he had a lot of accidents, jousting accidents and riding accidents and things like that. So he had a lot of physical problems, but he never learned from the suffering he went through with those physical problems how to treat the people around him better. And because of that, he never matured the way you have. You, on the other hand, have been through a lot in the last 2 to 3 years in particular, physically, as well as, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, all of that. And both of us have, but we've responded to that by being more gracious with each other, being more loving with each other, learning to not take each other for granted, because something could happen to one or both of us at any moment. We've learned from those experiences and grown from those experiences. And as a result, that maturity has come. That maturity also prepares you for leaving. You have to, that NPC part of your consciousness has to mature, and in order to start being okay with the prospect of dying, because it's going to have to be reabsorbed into Sophia eventually. And if you're still here, then that means that NPC self is not ready to go yet. But if you are getting to the point where the same old distractions and masturbatory activities that you're describing, when they don't do it for you anymore, that means that you're getting tired of the matrix. You're getting tired of the game. You're ready to go where it's actually real, or at least the next level up of reality.
No, I agree. On a Saturday night, I would much rather have a couple beers and do a DJ set with my tribe.
Yeah.
Than go out to a club and hang out.
Me too.
Where I thought it would be the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. And even in a place like Las Vegas, we have all these things that we could have done last night. And what did I say? I said, we have a kind of relationship that is so special that if we did anything as pedestrian as just going out to eat at a fancy restaurant, or going even something as pedestrian as like going to a show or something, it would kind of taint things. I think the best thing that we can do is do something that is either with our tribe or revolves around spirituality. And we're thinking about doing ayahuasca, but we settled on Randonautica and then going out to eat afterwards at a place that was more special to us and was more of an experience. And we turned the night into an entire experience that revolved around you guys. It revolved around our life together. It revolved around what we actually care about. That's another sign that the NPC is starting to leave and the real self is starting to take its place. The real self has to take over before the NPC can go, and then the organic consciousness is the one that turns the lights out on the way out, so to speak.
I think to wrap it up, at least this topic, it's real. You're looking for real. You come to a point where you're looking for real, and then the fake that you thought, and this is the whole last year that I've been going through, is I thought that I wanted all this stuff. I thought I wanted to go to EDC. I thought I wanted to go to raves every weekend. I thought I wanted to do all of that until I actually did it. And I realized, no, this is fake. I'd rather spend the night lying on the couch watching Dexter reruns with my twin than going out with my friends and drinking and bar hopping. They called me on Saturday night and they're like, hey, where you at, dude? Come on, let's go. And I'm like, well, I'm hanging out with my wife tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, you weren't feeling well. And so, I could have very easily gone out and had a good time, but
yeah.
I wanted to be with you.
I appreciate that so
and
much.
That's the de-integration of the Matrix, I think.
Yeah, it is. When you not only realize what's important, but you act upon that, and you do it without a second thought. You don't have any regrets about, man, I wish I would have gone to that party. That would have been a lot of fun. You didn't say that. You said, I know I should have gone to that party because I, need to keep up with my friends and I need to, keep those relationships alive. But I felt like I needed to spend time with you. Not only because you're not feeling well, but because, you're about to have this surgery soon. And I want to spend as much.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
You just want to spend more time with me in general?
I just wanted to spend time with you.
Aww.
I didn't want to go out with them.
Aww.
Like, I seriously wanted to spend time with you. There's something about the way you smell, about the way you feel,
Aww.
about all of that that's unmatched.
That's exactly why, so last year, whenever he was going out with this girl, he kept telling me, I feel bad. I feel like you need to, meet some people that like to do the kinds of tarot and divination things that you like to do. And I joined a few meetup groups, and I never went to any of them in person just because, I thought about that too. I don't want to hang out with people that I don't know, number one, and number two, that aren't my twin. My twin knows me. He knows all the little quirky things that I say and do that I actually am talking about something else entirely, and he understands that because he's been around me for 15 years. But these people aren't going to get that, and they're not going to understand me like he does. So I just never went. But I can do tarot and divination with you all day long. And whenever you were like, you need to find people to hang out with too, I was like, they're not you. They don't have your smell, your energy signature. That energy signature is so important in my life for so many reasons, but the main one at this point is that it is an anchor point for my real consciousness.
But I do have to bring up this very unpleasant and uncomfortable flip side of the coin. Is eventually you have to let me go.
I know.
And eventually I have to let you go too. That's the final
test.
Not test, but that's the final letting go of the Matrix. And that's when we're truly ready to evacuate.
Yeah.
So the evacuation process that you're talking about, I mean, just to go full circle, it is a very intricate and daunting process.
And delicate process.
Process. And it's one that we have to truly understand the illusionary nature of the world and who we are.
And the multidimensional nature of the afterlife, what happens to this NPC consciousness, because that NPC consciousness is scared to death a lot of the time about what happens afterward. Where am I going to go? What am I going to do? It's pretty much what I'm getting out of the experiences that we've had throughout our ayahuasca journeys and the experiences we've had in Egypt. I've kind of got a grasp of what is going to happen to these NPCs, and it's not anything bad. It's just that they become one with the all. They become one with the source consciousness, as they call it. And so it's almost like the New Agers and the religious people, all of them have it right to a certain extent. For the NPC consciousness, it is true. It is reabsorbed into the all, the maker of all, inside of this matrix. And that's not scary, and it's not painful, it's not bad. And then we are able to make it let go.
Tonight helped a lot.
Yeah.
Because I felt like we needed to go back to the Luxor. Yeah. And then we wound up going out and having this meal together. And this meal here, it reminded me of home. It reminded me of what's waiting in Atlantis. In Atlantis, we party like this all the time. This is the way we commune with each other.
Oh, every night.
We gather together, we laugh, we have fun, all of that.
Yeah.
And this here is a cheap
knockoff of it.
Plastic version of what is in Atlantis and the way we used to do it in Atlantis. And it's weird because this was a last minute thought to come to this place. And it was after we did our randonauticing. It was after we did the pyramids, and went and looked at all that. And it was almost like a reminder, like, hey, your family is waiting for you at home. Our family is waiting for us at home. Our tribe is waiting for us.
Yeah, and it's so much bigger and better.
And it's a big celebration and a big party with lots of belly dancing girls and lots of great food.
Lots of beauty.
Lots of beauty
music,
and class and
energy.
And this is a cheap version, but it was a reminder. So,
and it really was. And
here's Sheree doing her belly dancing thing.
That's not belly dancing. That's something else. I don't even know what that is.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just thought it was cute.
I'm sure it's pretty cute. She was really cute. I really liked her.
She was totally into you.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah.
I was totally into her too.
Everybody says that about us. We walk in and they're like, "Oh my God, your energy's so great. I got to give you a hug."
Yeah, she was so sweet. She was actually the same belly dancing girl that was there when we were there with Mimi a few years ago.
Oh, was she?
She's been there a while. I think she's actually related to the owner in some way, maybe his niece or something.
Okay.
So.
Well, I hope my niece isn't dancing like that.
I know, right?
I'm gonna have a chat with her if she does. But belly dancing has been it's been an art though.
It's an art form.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a type of dancing that takes skill and talent and control of the muscles throughout the body in a way that's just beautiful.
So back to
ballet.
Back to the evac process.
Yeah, let's get back to that.
That's what it's about. It's about letting go. And if you have to go and enjoy it, go enjoy it. But I can tell you this, from my experience, the more that I think that I want something, when I go do it, the more mundane it feels. And the more that I realize that I really don't want what I thought I wanted. Yeah. So let's get back to this matrix breakdown. I don't know how much longer
I don't think I can go very much longer simply because of the...
Do you think we can do one more hour?
Probably another half hour. Would that work? Another hour is fine.
Maybe.
Because we're hitting the hour mark.
It depends, because we have about an hour left in this.
Oh, okay.
In this thing, and I can try to break this Matrix down a little quicker. But there was a point I was getting to with the Matrix breakdown, though.
Okay.
And that's what I really wanted to get into. So let me break it up a little bit and just create a little bit of a separation.
That's good.
My dear traveler, the purpose of raw consciousness is never to destroy. It is always to create. Build bridges. Create happiness. And bring forth new life. We must live in the hope that mankind will draw together. And that we better understand each other. The more that we awaken, the easier this will become. Now rise. Follow your conductors. And fear no danger. As you step beyond the veil.
Alright, Mrs. Geo has left her post once again, as is tradition. But I do want to jump into kind of going over a little bit more of the Matrix 4, because there was a meaning to it that I wanted to get to that I didn't get a chance to get to. Excuse me, but I love hanging out with my tribe because I can be myself, I can be open, and share parts of myself that I hope inspire. And I hope that I can also lead by example by reflecting upon myself in both positive and negative ways, and leading by example to illustrate that self-reflection. And when there is a self-reflection, then there is no shame in it. There's actually power and growth in it. I see a lot of people who are like, I'm perfect, I'm a vegan, I'm this, I'm that, etc., etc., etc. And those are the people that are struggling the most. And while many of those people serve as inspiration for others, I think the fact of the matter is that you're perfect the way you are. And we're living a human experience in a matrix that's shutting down. And that's what I want people to take away from Beyond the Veil the most, is that you're perfect, you're beautiful, and that you don't have to be perfect in the way that they say you have to be perfect. You have to be perfect in the way that you say that you're perfect. And for me, being perfect is DJing, knowing when to have some drinks, knowing when it's time to be social and engage in social, recreational things, when it's time to do ayahuasca and go within, when it's time to spend time with my twin, when it's time to go out to a strip club, when it's time to decompress and completely clean my energy field out, when it's time for me to fast, when it's time for me to feast. You know, it's about finding the balance with all of that. That's my journey. And I'm not saying that that's your idea of perfection, but that's my idea of perfection for me. So whatever it is for you, do it the best that you possibly can, and don't worry about what anybody is saying. Don't let anybody judge you. You are who you are, and we are individual, and that's what makes us beautiful. That's what makes us unique. If I can go back to the subject of women for a second.
Yeah, please.
The belly dancer girl was gorgeous. But you know what? She had a very sweet spirit. She was so nice and just genuinely nice.
Yeah, you could tell.
You know, you could tell. She had a really great body, but she also had a really great personality. But I see a lot of women walking around Las Vegas, and they just seem like cookie cutters of NPCs that have nothing inside of them.
Clones of clones.
Clones of clones of clones of clones. Yeah. And I mean, take a look at me. I'm, 50 pounds overweight.
We're unique.
And all that. But I'm unique. And I'm beautiful. and inside and out. And I could look at myself and go, oh, I'm 50 pounds overweight and I've got this going on and that going on. Or I can look at myself and say, no, I love myself exactly the way that I am. But I also see some of the flaws that I can improve upon.
Right.
And that's what I want you all to feel out there too. You're beautiful, you're perfect exactly the way you are. And if you notice flaws within yourself, that is a good thing. It's a virtue.
It's a sign of a healthy ego.
Yeah, it's a virtue. It's not a flaw. So let's get back to the Matrix thing real quick. I'll try to go through it quicker because I know Mrs. Geo has ants in the pants.
No, I'm fine.
And so... So he's going through, and now he's starting to get texts from Morpheus. And it starts with the exact same, text from Morpheus. Go here, go there, meet me here, meet me there, etc. And Morpheus meets him in the bathroom. And Morpheus reveals to himself that he's a program, and that it was a program that Neo had actually written into the Matrix, into this model Matrix, or Model, the way they call it, in order to free himself. He subconsciously did this. He knew that he was in a simulation. He knew that this wasn't real. He knew that all of his experiences with Trinity and everything that happened in the Matrix 3 wasn't just a video game that he developed, but rather it was something that he actually experienced. And so he created a program called Morpheus, and Morpheus appeared within this program. And Morpheus is trying to wake him up in this scene.
Reveal at the window, lightning, thunder, and theater. At last. All these years later, there's me. Strolling out of the toilet stall. Tragedy of forms. I know you.
And they're kind of laughing. They're kind of laughing at themselves because Morpheus had this big presentation of, the whole thing with the room and everything like that. And he comes out of the bathroom stall.
He comes out of the bathroom stall
at last.
I wasn't too sure about the callback, but it's hard to resist. What? Morpheus Uno, reveal at the window, lightning, thunder, and theater. At last.
At last.
All these years later, there's me. Strolling out of the toilet stall. Tragedy of forms. I know you. Not every day you meet your maker. This can't be happening. Oh, most definitely it is. You can't be a character I coded. 100% natural. How? All the explanation you need.
No.
No. No.
Sometimes we're like that with that,
what do you mean, no? You wanted this. You did this. This was your idea. Yeah.
Does this say stream suspended?
Let me check. Crud.
No, I think it's good. Oh, it says heads up. We've detected copyright in your stream.
Oh, okay.
So I think we might be temporarily down for a second.
Oh, okay.
But
no, we're fine. Yeah, I'm watching it live, and
yeah, I'm watching it too. So
yeah.
Okay.
So
I guess we'll just have to move a little bit
more stealthily.
Yeah. As we move through this.
They're just giving us a warning, I think.
Yeah.
But what he's saying essentially, what he's doing is the same thing that we do sometimes, and that we did in Egypt when we were faced with what we needed to do, which was go, oh no, because we were going to have to, when we realized how much Aya was going to be required, it became daunting, and it felt like that, I think. Did it feel like that a little bit, Twin?
Yeah, I mean, when I went to the pyramid, I didn't expect to walk out.
Yeah.
And I knew it. And I had this voice going, you're lagging because you're lagging behind and dragging your feet because you know the pyramid is awaiting you. The pyramid is awaiting you. But once I got in it, higher self took over.
Same here.
There was no apprehension whatsoever. and nothing mattered. You were the only thing that mattered.
You too.
You were the only thing in this 3D world that mattered, because I knew that if I accomplished what I went there to do, everything in the 3D world would be okay. I just couldn't leave you here by yourself.
Aww.
Same on 11/11. I knew that, well, I take that back, because on 11/11, had I left, I don't think I would have been able to do what I needed to do, which was properly seal that portal.
Right.
I identified that portal, and it was like this pulling of, I was being whisked off into a void, and I couldn't even get close to the portal. I identified the portal, but I couldn't seal it. And I was thinking, okay, well, maybe my energy just being there is sealing that portal. But no. Something was pushing me away from that portal. I had to go on the 21st and go finish it. But, there was that apprehension. But once you get in that higher self and you truly know yourself, there is no fear. And there is no apprehension. And there is nothing left undone. But I wanted to smell you a little bit more.
Aww,
I wanted to taste you a little bit more.
More kisses.
Yeah.
More times where I'm snuggling up to you on the pillow, and we're having to share a pillow because the pillow fell on the floor.
So since we're getting the copyrighted strikes, I suggest everybody watches the movie first and foremost. But there's more scenes of them. He takes the red pill, and then agents come and they're trying to break him out. And then let's see. Let's move forward a little bit. It's still more, of the same.
And this is happening in his office building.
They called it bullet time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is happening in the office building where he's working, which is actually modeled after the office building from the first Matrix.
And it's called Deus Ex Machina.
Yes, Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah. The name of the company.
And so that... maybe the copyrighted stuff they were picking up on was the other video I was playing.
It might have been that.
Yeah.
But so he's like, this isn't happening, because he's been told, I'm a psychotic person that has schizophrenia. None of this is real.
Right. So there's a transformation that happens right here that I want to point people to. Okay, so that guy right there who's his partner,
business
writing
partner.
the Matrix, is picking up this gun. There's a change happening with him now. Can anybody guess what that change is? You guys and gals, let me know in the chat. I'm going to keep it paused here for just a second because I want to get your replies in the chat room. If our chat room hasn't frozen yet, I don't know. Can you type something in our chat because I see it frozen on our screen? Oh no, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, we're fine.
So y'all, let me know. This is this is Neo's business partner who in this movie is developing the Matrix as a video game. But there's a change happening within his business partner.
Yep. Somebody already said it. Our pod, you're spot on. Right on the money.
What did he say?
Smith.
Agent Smith.
Yep.
Agent Smith is coming to the surface now.
Oh, he's always been in there. He's just been suppressed. Now he's been reactivated. And he's going to go rogue again.
Mr. Anderson!
Because he was subdued by that tree, too.
I've missed you. Something's been changed in the Matrix. Oh, I don't know if we got to that part yet, but the cat's name is Deja Vu. I think it's actually coming up after the scene here. So, and in the trailer, it shows who's holding the gun to Neo's head. And I thought maybe it's his future self, or maybe it's his past self, or, something like that. It's actually Agent Smith.
Follow my voice.
So he died. Earlier, he jumped off a building, and that's where the blue-headed girl, she saw him jumping off the building. And later on, there's a dialogue where she says, I saw you jump off the building and you didn't fall.
Right.
So he died just now. He was shot in the head. What happens after he gets shot in the head?
Feel the tips of your fingers.
He wakes up
Uh-huh.
in his psychiatrist's office.
In the psychiatrist's office.
What are they touching?
And apparently, it's all been a hallucination.
Did they cut the stream?
Oh, crap. Let me see. Yes, they did shoot.
Okay,
They just did, yeah.
The stream has been temporarily blocked. So since it's temporarily blocked, let's play something that doesn't have any copyright on it. I don't know what to play that doesn't have
Yeah, I'm letting people know in the
WTF
chat. So,
raw.
yeah, we'll play something that doesn't have a copyright real quick.
I could feel that thing when it was acting up. Never did have a pain with it. It just scrambles the brain. And well, hey, I think we still have a picture of that. We can see it. That illustration should help.
Die in my colon.
Now you leave.
You die now in my colon. Yeah, you better quit that. My colon is healing well. My intestines are healing well. Die in my colon. You die now in my colon.
Who touched me? I like that. I confess, I desire that. Yeah, he said, put your hands on me. And so I continually confessed. Oh, the colon, I have been there for a while. He was not ready to receive. Now people immediately think about sex. There's fleshly lust on Twinkies. A great big chocolate milkshake right before bed. Tonight I'm gonna work for you. Sit there and shut up. So sore that it'd be hard for you to sit down.
Die in my colon.
Now you leave.
You die now in my colon. Yeah, you better quit that. My colon is healing well.
Oh, I think people are
my
watching this
intestines are
make out.
healing well. Die in my colon. You die now in my colon. Get out!
I deny your right to live in my body. Now it took a little while because the pain was just horrible. And I'm shouting, the pain would go away. Now when I quit whining, here it came back. It feels good. He was having a hoot. He was having so much fun. It was just marvelous.
Die in my colon.
Now you leave.
You die now in my colon. Yeah, you better quit that. My colon is healing well. My intestines are healing well. Die in my colon. You die now in my colon.
Now listen, if you have not subscribed to YouTube channel, do it right now. Do it.
All right, so I think we're back now. So forgive us for the little interruption. I guess what I'll do is I will try to just go through
And screenshot it.
Well, yeah, I'll just try to go through some screenshots and just kind of tell you what's going on. But he's sitting here in the office building, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying basically, you know, so you had another episode. So, you know, it was just an episode, right? There was no attack in your office. There was no attack in your building. There was no attack anywhere.
It's all delusional.
It's all delusional. It's all part of your
mental
mental health. Do you need a refill on your prescription?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we progress through this scene. You know, I wonder if I play these scenes, am I going to get more copyright strikes? But this is the part here where
it shows how that happened.
Yeah, I'm gonna maybe without
how that played out.
Without audio, it might play a little better. But you see, he's at an event, and he's getting that feeling, and he's about to walk off the building.
Right.
And that girl is actually right here at the bottom here. It shows later on, the girl with the blue.
That's the window
and
washer.
she says that's the first time that she saw him.
Mm-hmm.
So the movie progresses more, and he's still trying to convince him. Okay. And I wish we can do this in a little better format. At least we've got this recorded.
Yeah.
So
it's been suspended again.
Again, just for that little bit
just from playing that little bit of audio. Somebody, I think somebody flagged our channel. Or the AI is just, really honing in on us tonight.
And when I was elected, I said I would always be honest with you. So today I want to take a few moments to talk about the new COVID variant, first identified last week in Southern Africa. It's called the Omicron. You have to get the shot. It's called the Omicron. We have the best vaccine in the world. It's called the Omicron. You have to get the shot. It's called the Omicron. We've moved forward in the face of COVID-19. If you aren't vaccinated, get that shot. They're free and convenient. Get that first shot.
I got it done. I got the vaccine done. It was all done.
You have to get your vaccine. You have to get the shot. South Africa quickly notified the world of this new variant. This kind of transparency is to be encouraged and applauded. But we took action. We'll fight and look, we're going to fight and beat this new variant as well. It's called the Omicron. You have to get the shot. It's called the Omicron. We have the best vaccine in the world. It's called the Omicron. You have to get the shot. It's called the Omicron. We've moved forward in the face of COVID-19. A year ago, America was floundering against the first variant of COVID. This variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic. A fully vaccinated booster person is the most protected against COVID. Look, I am sparing no effort. You know the thing. You know what I mean? We have the best vaccine in the world, the best medicines, the best scientists, and we're learning more every single day. We're in a very different place as we enter the month of December this month compared to where we were last September. It's called the Omicron. You have to get the shot. It's called the Omicron. We have the best vaccine in the world. It's called the Omicron. You have to get the shot. It's called the Omicron. We've moved forward in the face of COVID-19.
Okay, we're back.
All
so
right, cool.
I don't know if they're gonna flag us for just putting this on the screen and going through screenshots. Like I don't know
if they're going to do it for screenshots or even playing it without the sound, unless we're playing it continuously without the sound.
But the girl that she is right there.
Yeah,
and
she was a window washer. Just
she was
like
a window
that
washer.
Guy in the beginning
watching
of the Matrix.
him walk off the building.
Mm-hmm.
And so she comes to him and she says, I was a window washer. I knew all about you. And she takes him into another part.
There was another window washer in the first Matrix, remember?
Oh, yeah, the window washer at the very beginning.
And it was when Smith was talking. It wasn't Smith, but it was the guy that was his boss. And he was talking him down for being late to work. And the window washer's in the back slowly washing the windows. And she's doing that, slowly washing the windows. And she looks up and sees him. So I think it has to do with the people that, it's just like the carpet cleaning, you have certain people that are like carpet cleaners and they end up being like radio hosts that are consciousness raising to a certain extent. It's weird. It's like window washers in the Matrix are code for, people that are programmers.
You know what's funny is I started out with a carpet cleaning company.
Yeah.
Alex Jones did too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And in the movie 12 Monkeys, you remember when they go back in time and they're supposed to call a phone number?
Uh-huh.
And they're like, well, it just takes you to a carpet cleaning company.
Uh-huh.
I was
That's
like,
exactly
man, what's going on with the whole carpet cleaning
interesting.
thing? I mean, I just saw it as good money. I mean, I'd make $500 on a job. I'd make $1,000. Biggest job I ever did was $10,000 and it took me like 4 days to do.
I don't know. I don't know what it's about because window washers, it used to be back in the 60s, they would have spies be window washers because,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So,
that's if you don't mind me saying this, that's the week we split up, remember?
Mm-hmm.
When I first got together.
Yeah.
And when we first got together and I did that job and I was so proud of myself. And I came back and I couldn't even move. Like I was like this and I couldn't even turn the tub on. and I really wanted you there, and
Aww.
you were mad at me, and you left, and
I'm sorry.
I came home, and I was like, sweetie, I just made this. I just did this big job, you know.
Aw, I haven't left you
I was
since.
holding the hot water thing.
Aww.
And then I remember we were talking on Skype, and I literally slept in front of Skype waiting for you to reply.
Aww.
Meanwhile, you were off dating some
I wasn't
Chinese.
I was not
or Korean
dating anyone.
national that your grandparents were trying to hook you up
I was not
with.
dating anybody. I was forced to go out to eat with a family that had a son that was roughly my age.
They were trying to hook her up with like the South Korean politician's son.
It was kind of funny.
In this week that we split up. This was way back in like 2011.
Oh yeah, this was in 2010.
Was in 2010. Yeah, when we first got together.
Yeah, so this is like 12 years ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I am so sorry about that. I haven't left your side since.
Aww.
And I never would.
You did one time. You took off in 2012.
Are we really going to talk about that?
She found a masseuse's phone number. And it was a masseuse. It was a legitimate masseuse. And she found her phone number. And I'm like, sweetie, this is a masseuse.
It was too flirty.
Well,
according to my standards back then.
I know.
Yeah, it was too flirty. But according to my standards, see, I stopped being jealous. Around that same time, I stopped being jealous because I realized that we were incredibly lucky, both of us, to have found each other, found our twin flame, and that because of all the ayahuasca, all the DMT, all the psychedelic use, it had really expanded my consciousness to where I could allow for things like that. To be okay with things like that, and to not only be okay with them but to encourage them, because like for the last 6 months, 8 months, I've been encouraging you to get a massage, but the only thing keeping you from doing that is the fact that you can't find somebody that is really good at doing it here. We haven't been able to find you a really good masseuse, but if we could, I'd be totally okay with it, and in fact I'd encourage it. So I've changed a lot because of the consciousness expansion, and you have too.
How do I stop being jealous? I think Cherie can answer this question a lot better than I can. But if you don't mind me taking it first.
Please.
You come to a realization when you're in a twin flame relationship that there's nobody else that can match the twin flame. Like, you're never going to be able to find a connection like that with anybody. And so you come to a point to where you're proud of the person that you're with. And I like when guys flirt with her. Good looking guys. It's not like I like it. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, I get off on it. But I like the way that it makes her feel. Because I know that when pretty girls flirt with me, it makes me feel great. And it doesn't mean that I'm going to run home and sleep with them. But it makes me feel really great. I mean, even when we're out together, the waitress is cute and I'm flirting a little bit with the waitress.
Yeah.
And, we're both flirting with the waitress together and everything like that. And it makes your partner feel good, and it makes you feel good too. As long as it's not disrespectful and crossing any bounds, then I think it's a good thing. And then you start to look at it as though my partner's feeling good. So why would I feel bad because somebody's making my partner feel good? And so, you come to that point. And then you just you become confident in yourself that, even if you ran off with some other guy, it's not going to be a twin flame.
Aww.
So you'll be back in a matter of like a week.
2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah.
2 weeks tops.
And I think the same thing that would happen with me too.
Depending on the skill level.
Yeah, depending on the skill level, And then it comes to the point too where you're like, well, if my partner's having fun with somebody, why not?
Yeah.
As long as it's not a disrespectful kind of thing, we've never been in that situation. Though.
No.
So that's the thing. We've opened up the doors to allow each other to do that, but nobody's ever done anything.
No.
And so I've always likened it to like, you got a dog on a leash and it's barking and barking and barking and barking. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't want to go anywhere. It just wants to be off the leash.
Yeah, it just wants to not be on a leash.
And it just wants to, and then you let the dog off the leash and the dog just goes and like sits down like next to you.
Or right in front of the door.
Yeah. And it's just like, okay, I'm chilling here. I'm cool. I just don't want to be on a leash.
Right.
And when all those bounds were removed, then it changed the dynamic for us.
Yeah.
And I can honestly say that we've been married 9 years today. We've been together 12 years, almost 13. Mm-hmm. I've never looked in your purse.
Yeah.
I've never looked in your email. I've never done anything like that.
He's never violated my privacy
Period.
like that.
No.
Yeah.
You're talking to people on Facebook. I'm never like, oh my God, who's she talking to?
Who are you talking to?
Nothing like that.
Yeah.
The only time that I got upset is when you were talking to this one girl and all she was doing is just talking shit about her boyfriend and then also talking shit about me. And I'm like, that's where I draw the line. If I'm hanging out with somebody and they start talking bad about my spouse, then I'm like, no, you're disrespecting me by disrespecting my spouse. That's not cool. There has to be a respect there. We've just been lucky to have people around us who are respectful. So, what were we? We were at a strip club. And the girl didn't come up to me and ask me if I wanted to dance. She came up to Cherie and said, would you mind if I dance for your husband?
Right. That's, yeah.
So, I don't know.
I just want to state for the record that person hasn't been a friend of mine in 2 years since she did that. And I would never be friends with anybody that disrespected you.
It's toxic because it creates a toxic environment. And so, I know people, they bitch about their spouses all the time. But like my best friend here in Las Vegas, he's got problems with his wife, but he never disrespects her. He just says, I have this problem and I'm really frustrated with it.
Right.
But there's never any disrespect.
Right.
And sometimes I go and I'm like, yeah, man, sure, he's driving me crazy, this and that. But there's never any disrespect when it comes to that.
Exactly.
So I think what it comes down to is quality of people. And there's people out there who will try to create drama for the sake of drama. And other people who will approach a spouse just because they're married. And they feel that that's like, another notch in their belt or, something like that. And I think our frequency just doesn't attract those kind of people.
No, it typically doesn't. And it's usually good at weeding out the bad ones. And it's really, nowadays, it's only the ones that are really, really, really good at faking it that make it through the first layers of our filters. And then the ones that do make it through all those layers of filtering, it's usually so shocking to us that by the time it happens, it's like 5 or 6 years down the line. And we've known these people for maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 years. And then suddenly, out of the blue, they just, it's like they find religion or they get involved in some kind of new age group or they get involved in some kind of religious group or they get involved in some kind of ideology that convinces them that, we're the bad guy in some way, or that, you remember like what happened last year. It was very bizarre. But we don't typically attract people like that. We typically attract really, really good people. And I'm surprised whenever I hear stories about the kinds of people that people attract into their lives. Like, oh, this person ripped me off and that person ripped me off. And then I got stolen from by this person and that person, and I'm like, that never happens to us. I mean, like we have things happen sometimes, but we usually have really good relationships with the people around us, and I'm really grateful to the universe that we have that. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I'm a pretty big flirt. And I just do it just because it makes them feel good and it makes me feel good too.
Yeah.
But, does that bother you? Does it, have I ever done anything that was disrespectful to you? Because
I don't
even when I'm
think
flirting
so.
with a waitress or something like that,
I'm usually flirting with her too.
yeah, I don't, there's,
just as bad.
yeah.
And so it's not bad if both of you are doing it. And so I think your advice for that guy was actually better than my advice, or that girl, whoever in the sky was. I don't really think my advice would be better, because my advice is more towards women. Women are more emotionally based, while, of course, men are more visually based when it comes to sex and things like that. So, but when we first got together, you told me, physically having sex with another person is one thing, but getting emotionally involved with another person is a complete, that's way more of a violation than the physical could ever be. And it's not that I'm a jealous person, it's that I guard my heart carefully. And if I'm giving my heart to a person, I don't want them to be giving their heart to another person on the side. And so that's more of a violation than if you were to have sex with someone else. Because sex is just sex. And that's kind of the way women see it across the board generally, because they understand that men need to have sex, and it's a biological need. However, if they find out that their significant other is saying "I love you" to another woman, or is having an emotional attachment to another person, that is hurtful. That would hurt. And you've never once done that to me, and I've never once done that to you. And so I can honestly say you've never disrespected me in that regard. Because if you're flirting with another woman, I think you're breathing. You're just a natural flirt. That's just how you are. And that's part of the reason why I love you. You're just adorable that way. And it doesn't bother me.
Well, it helps
at all.
I went to go get glasses today.
Mm-hmm.
And I was
a little bit flirty with the woman.
with the woman, and we wound up getting 50% off the glasses.
Yeah, we did. That was great.
And she was just like, "Oh my God, you guys are just such a cute couple."
That's usually what they're saying.
Like, we actually have a 50% off coupon. You're supposed to mention it, but I'll go ahead and put it in there for you guys, just because you guys are so cool.
Yeah, exactly. And so as far as sex is concerned, and getting over the jealousy aspect of things, I'll just come out and say it. I went with the method where you expose yourself to more of something in order to condition yourself to not only be okay with it, but to have it be part of your life that you enjoy, and we play, like, we incorporate it into, whenever we're talking dirty with each other in bed, we talk about, the women we saw that day. It's fun. It's part of our relationship that spices it up and makes it, fun. So I turned it into something fun instead of something that threatens us. So that's the way I did it.
It's a really mature way to handle things. But I can understand, the thing is, we have to realize, we've realized, I don't want to tell you what you have to do. Not you, Cherie, but just the people out there. I realize that we don't own each other. We have these ideas of marriage where we're supposed to own each other, and, you're supposed to be the other person's property. Then all of a sudden you're supposed to just give up your own human desires and emotions just because you married somebody. And if you see an attractive person, your eyes are naturally going to go to that. It doesn't mean you have to go rip their clothes off and go take them home and do all that, and we've been lucky. I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's just our energy, but I've never had a guy come up and start hitting on you right in front of me in a very disrespectful manner. In the whole time that we've been together, I've never seen that happen once. And I don't think you've seen a woman come up to me and flirt with me like that right in front of you, completely and totally disrespecting you?
It's because we put up a, no matter what is going on between us, we always put a united front on, so that whoever's looking at us from a distance, it does not look like there's an inch to get in there. If it looked like, we were constantly mad at each other, our body language says, I don't want to be around this person, then they could find a wedge to get in through. But I don't think that's possible in a relationship like ours.
Oh, G-Hog. I know we've had a lot of super chats coming through and we haven't seen them, but G-Hog, thank you.
Happy anniversary.
Happy
Thanks
anniversary.
For sharing your
Thank
night
you for
with
sharing
us.
your night
That's
with
really
us.
sweet.
Thank you. That helped to go to dinner tonight,
Thank you
man.
so
Thank you.
much. Yeah, that was dinner. That was partly dinner tonight. So thank you.
Nick Bravo, I'm literally afraid to flirt and be myself with women at this point. It's difficult when you've been around a lot of, this is turning from a Matrix review to
a relationship advice.
But this is where the Matrix actually ends up in. It ends up in the twin flames coming together and rebuilding the Matrix and resetting the Matrix, which I think is pretty interesting. So if we'll just skip to the end of that, but I'm going to go through a couple more scenes. But it's the type of women that you're around, and you have to have the self-confidence in yourself too, and know your self-worth as well, and not allow people to treat you in a certain way. And so, I think that has a lot to do with it too.
Somebody just mentioned, unlike my mates, I've never been one to think that the world / my life revolves around my sex life. Never considered a priority in my life. I can happily live without. That's good. I mean, in this age, there's enough distractions and things like that to where we don't need sex per se in order to be happy. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest actually that the smartest people are ones that they choose quality over quantity when it comes to sex. Having sex about twice a month, but having really good sex twice a month, instead of having sex 3 times a week or 5 times a week and having it be vanilla or, just kind of boring, or, having so much sex that you are ignoring other aspects of your life that could be more spiritually fulfilling for you. And so there's nothing wrong with living your life like that. However, sexual health is important for your NPC avatar. And so you have to remember that, especially if you're a male, the biological system is set up to release on a regular basis, and the women's reproductive system is set up also to experience that release, just not as often, but once again, quality over quantity. And around when men and women start to get older, their bodies start to, it's not about maturity, about getting old. It's about maturity as in you start to appreciate sex for the energies and the feelings and the emotion behind the relationship that you have with the person that you're with, rather than the fucking, for lack of a better word, the physical motion and the orgasm and all of that becomes secondary. That becomes not as important. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Chris?
It does. And, I just want to say this too. We play pretty much every day. Yeah. But it doesn't mean that, she has to dress up in lingerie and, do the whole, foreplay thing and,
or that we both even have to have orgasms.
Yeah.
Or, there have to be rules or anything.
Yeah. Sometimes she'll just wake me up and just be like, hey,
good morning.
Sometimes, we're talking a little too much, but sometimes she'll wake me up and she's all dressed in lingerie and everything. And she's like, I just want to give you a nice morning orgasm.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, can I do anything for you? No,
yeah,
I just
good.
wanted to take care of you today.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's the other way around too.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it's, let's light some candles and, have a nice romantic evening together and, all of that and all of that. And I guess that comes with the twin flame relationship and the marriage. Marriage can go 2 ways. It can go downhill where you're disconnected from each other or you reconnect.
Right.
And the thing is, we argue a lot. And when we argue hard.
Yeah.
But just as hard as we argue, we play as hard too.
Right.
So there's a
we
balance.
make up as hard too.
We make up, yeah. So there's a balance there.
Yeah.
But I think the key is, and this is something that an old guy told me, an old couple, when I was in the carpet cleaning industry. I met this old couple and I asked them, and they were celebrating like their 40th anniversary or something. And I said, what's the secret? And they said, you have to fall in love with the person over and over and over and over again. Love isn't constant. You're not always going to be in love with your partner. You have to fall in love with them over and over and over again. And there has to be things that you do or they do that makes you fall in love with them over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And so the only time marriages fail is when both people stop trying. And, I hear a lot of marriages failing because one person cheated, for example. And the other person is like, okay, I have a friend right now and she hasn't told me this about her, but I suspect that she cheated on her boyfriend.
Yeah.
Because she literally has to take photos of where she's at with timestamps about when she's done and where she's going and where she's been. And I'm like, to me, I really liked her and I really felt that she was a good friend, but I lost some respect for her after I saw that.
Yeah, that you can be controlled to that extent.
To be controlled to that extent. And the only thing that I can think of is that she probably fucked around and now he's super hyper jealous.
Yeah.
And, there's two ways to go about that. Like, it was a little fling. You could forget about it and move on, or you can not forget about it and move on. But you have to move on. You can't get stuck in there, because if you're stuck in there, all you're doing is you're adding more negativity to it by being suspicious, jealous, and everything like that. And I've been in relationships before where the girl was so overbearingly jealous that I just went out and found a girlfriend and I was just like, fuck it. If I'm going to be accused of cheating all the time,
might as well do it.
I might as well do it and get the benefits of it if I'm going to catch all the shit for it. Right. So the jealousy sometimes can actually drive people to do that, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Right.
And it's something that we've had to learn over the course of our relationship too.
Well, and it's I think the root of this is what we need to look at, and that's super important here. The root of a lot of jealousy is fear of abandonment, yes, but it's also the need for the ego to be consistently in the position of being the victim. The ego has a very dark need to be the victim in order to prevent feeling like the perpetrator.
Well, and it will look for reasons for it
to be the victim.
And then sometimes, as I learned with another friend of mine, his girlfriend was super jealous.
Oh, it was bad.
He found out that she was cheating.
Yeah.
So she was projecting that onto him.
Out of guilt.
He's a good friend of mine. I know. I mean, I'm not with him 24 hours a day, but I've gone out with him by ourselves, guys' night out and everything like that. And, I don't see him picking up girls. I don't see him taking them home, nothing like that.
He's a good guy.
He's a good guy. But her over jealousy, then he found out, she's banging.
No wonder.
Somebody else.
Yeah. She thought I was doing this because she was doing it.
Yeah.
And so the ego projects what someone is doing onto another person to perpetually stay in that victim role. And then they want to make situations happen so that they can stay in that victim role, and that prevents so much growth in a relationship on everyone's part. Everyone is prevented from growing in that situation because the perpetual victim never is able to learn how to comfort themselves from being hurt, and then also to forgive that person and show vulnerability again without and showing unconditional love. There's a growth that happens, a personal growth and a spiritual growth that happens whenever you're able to show unconditional love to another person, true unconditional love. And when you deny yourself that, you start to become stagnant, and that stagnation will kill any relationship. Deader than a hammer.
People are asking about The Matrix 4. That's actually out on HBO Max right now.
It's out on
you can watch
HBO
it right
Max.
now.
Yeah,
we watched it tonight.
We watched it tonight, and that's why
we kind of veered off the
we veered off the
subject a little bit.
Maybe you want to go back to the subject?
Yeah, we'll get back to it in a second, but I think the bottom line is security and confidence in your own self in a couple of different ways. Number one, that you are everything that your partner needs. Number two, that you have certain standards and respect for yourself that you expect in a relationship. But the key is you can never ask for something in a relationship that you're not willing to give. So you can't ask in a relationship to go out and be all flirty unless you are going to be able to give that part to your partner too.
If I wanted to go out with a guy and have him put his arm around me and take me to the Ferris wheel and stuff like that, it would probably hurt Chris's feelings on that level, but at the same time he's told me I'd have to be okay with that, and I don't want to go anywhere else with anybody else, and I certainly don't want another man putting his arm around me.
I'm lucky in that sense.
Yeah.
But I do have to say, if the situation was like that, it would make me feel very uncomfortable. But I would have to reflect upon all the freedoms that you have allowed me.
Yep.
And I would have to put my ego to the side and say, it's okay.
Right.
If
you want the relationship to continue.
And then if something serious develops, then I have to just say, okay, well, this relationship has run its course and it's time to move on.
But that would never happen because we're twin flames.
Yeah.
I don't want to go.
So it's
out with
different.
anybody
So,
else.
that kind of advice is different for very many different situations. But I can tell you this. Every relationship that I've been in has been a learning experience. I've been the biggest asshole in some relationships. I have been treated like shit in some relationships. I've had great relationships where I didn't realize I was treating the person like shit, but I was. And I was ignoring them. I was focused on my music. I was focused on my work. I was not fulfilling their needs. And I didn't even realize until after I got out of the relationship that in hindsight, oh shit, I really treated this person poorly. So there was that maturity of self-reflection that came with the DMT and the ayahuasca that helped me realize things that I couldn't see at the time. So, it could even be a situation where your partner's treating you like shit and they don't realize they're treating you like shit because you can't see the forest from the trees. So you just have to be understanding that everybody's human and everybody has an ego and everybody has insecurities. And what a lot of this comes from, in my opinion, is insecurities. And when you overcome all those insecurities, then it's like a whole nother dimension of relationships.
Yeah. Matt W. said, if your girl wants another man to do that, it's pretty much over. Sex and flings for women is different. Not necessarily. That used to be the case back in the day, and I think it's the case for twin flames. That there's a difference, a huge chasm between sexual desire that lasts about 30 to 45 minutes. That you're sexually involved with another person for that length of time, versus having an emotional relationship with a person and opening your heart to that person and showing emotional vulnerability to that person. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, that's what Chris meant by, that's what I consider cheating. I think in this day and age, it's kind of understood that sex is sex for men and for women, and it would be that way. You have to understand that there is no sexual or like gender related difference when it comes to the energy of one's consciousness and the ability to be completely self-autonomous and make the decision of what you want to do with your own body completely and totally 100% on your own, and not have anyone else pressuring you or making you feel like you don't have that control over your own body and you don't have the control of your own life. And if both partners, male or female, are able to say, you know what, I love you so much that I know I don't own you, and I know I don't control you, and I know I don't want to do either of those things. And if you genuinely want to do this with somebody else, and you're telling me it's a purely sexual thing, then I have to, not only be okay with it, but encourage it to a certain extent because I love you that much. It doesn't matter if it's a male saying that to a female or a female saying that to a male. It's about autonomy. It's about control over one's own life. And that's what consciousness is about. And anything less than that isn't love.
It's a difficult place to get to, though. I understand
it is a difficult place to get to.
And it's not something that
for men and women
that a lot of people can get to.
Yeah.
But it's minimized a lot of our struggles.
Tension, and struggles, yeah.
Yeah. She's never looked at me and was like, "Oh my God, I saw you staring at that girl's butt."
No.
I mean, guys, we're just naturally hardwired to just look at beauty.
Mm-hmm.
You see a girl with a nice butt walking by, your eyes just naturally go there. You have to make a conscious effort to not.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to give your guy shit over that, it's just bringing negativity where negativity doesn't necessarily have to be. Likewise, if you see a good-looking guy walking by, I've seen it. I know you try to hide it, but I see it.
Well, I try to hide it from the entire world, not just you. I don't like to be seen as somebody that can't control their eyes.
Women are a lot sneakier,
Yeah, women are much sneakier.
Women will get their little mirrors out and go,
and powder their nose while they're looking.
I'm just checking my makeup and just checking this guy out too in the process here.
My nose is so shiny, so shiny.
Yeah. But I don't know. It's about being laid back, and life is too short to be jealous.
Yeah,
but it is hard to get over those feelings at the end of the day. So we understand. Mm-hmm. I understand.
It's part of the process of the NPC ego coming to terms with itself.
Yeah.
That's how I see it, because the higher self does not give a flying what, who is having sex with who, and sex is a biological mechanism meant to encourage reproduction and bonding between partners and stuff like that. It's a biological thing. The whole bonding thing and the emotional connection and all of that's different. And when we start to see it as differently across the board, I think we'll get to a healthier place in relationships across the board.
Yeah.
So
Into Thin Air said it's drilled into our minds to do that. It's true. That myth, it's a myth though. I'm aware of it and I want to change it. So I guess that's the step. Yeah, it's drilled into our minds from the very beginning that marriage is supposed to be about two people and that's it, and nobody else exists in the world after that, and we're no longer human after that.
Yep.
And I think it's by design. It's by design to create negative energy and
tension
and negativity that feeds
conflict,
which segues back into the Matrix, because in the Matrix there's a scene in there where he's talking about how having them within the Matrix and manipulating them through fear and through love, both together are generating the energy that the machines are looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And that even when you sleep, there's a scene in there where they're saying, why do you think you have nightmares?
Mm-hmm.
That's us tinkering with your mind.
Yep, while you're sleeping.
In order to generate more energy for the machine.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wow, that's freaking brilliant.
Because your maximum output is when you're the most fearful.
Yeah. Let me see if I can skip through a few more of these scenes here. I wish we could have done a little more in depth. We might do something on Patreon and host it on our own servers. But let's skip through here. So this is another scene here where Neo is taking the blue pill. And as he's taking the blue pill, what's happening is that the new Morpheus program is reintroducing the old Morpheus situation. And he's saying, it's a lot more comfortable for you like this. This is why you chose this and that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, it's still the same outcome. You take the red pill and you wake up. And they create the whole scene again where Neo first woke up within the Matrix to make him feel more comfortable about it. And they finally get him out of the Matrix, and you can see the projections up on the wall of all of that, and you can see the tear in time space there. And Neo's reflecting on all of this, and he finally decides to take the blue pill. I think this is the part, the red pill. Yeah, this is the part here where he's taking the red pill. And I'm afraid to play any of these clips because I don't want to get too far into it. But as he's taking the red pill, this is a very interesting scene right here. I'm going to try to play it without getting a copyright strike.
I'll watch the stream.
I'm wondering if maybe... let's go to our ES tracks. ES tracks are copyright free tracks. Give me just 1 second. Let me find a track that...
Yeah, while you're doing that...
Actually, we can play this because this is one that we wrote ourselves. So I'm going to play this over this. And maybe that'll throw off the AI a little bit.
God. Thomas, none of this is real. You are in the midst of a serious psychotic break.
Okay, so what's happening is that it's not going to work with the music, but what's happening is that Neo just took the red pill, and he's looking at himself in the mirror. That's that scene from the trailer where he's looking at himself in the mirror, and he finally sees what other people are seeing him as. He sees that old gray-headed guy instead of who he really is.
So weird. What? That's some kind of graft.
So he sees the mirror, and the mirrors are the portals. So he pushes his hand through the mirror, and on the other side of the mirror is his psychiatrist. And it's like, as he's being pulled out of the Matrix after taking the red pill, his psychiatrist is there. And I'm going to pause it every couple of seconds to try to avoid copyright.
We got company.
They find us.
Oh, it's down again.
None of this
It's
is
too
real.
long.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Just from that little bit?
Just from that little bit. Even if it's just like 10 seconds, it's too long.
Okay. So I guess we're just going to have to go through the dialogue with you.
Yeah, we're just going to have to go over it, which is...
So wait here. We'll wait here for another second. I mean, I can understand. The movie just came out today, and we're doing basically a full breakdown of the entire movie.
Yeah.
You know. Hopefully our Patreon stream will be good, but if not, we'll upload it somewhere else where people can see it.
If it weren't for all the activity earlier for our anniversary, which I thoroughly enjoyed, and the 3.5 hours we've been doing the broadcast, I would say I can go for another hour, but I think I'm kind of running out of...
No, I understand. We're going to wrap it up as soon as we get back online.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I'm just going to go through and try to get to the ending of this, because I didn't want to leave the audience with just, the half of the story. Because there's a point of the twin flames that I want to get to here at the end of this thing. So I guess literally as soon as I turn this clip on, they're going to pull it for copyright. But if we just wait and wait and wait and wait, it should come back on. But as far as rendering the actual video, I don't know what they're going to do. Warner Brothers may just turn around and just pull the whole goddamn video. Da-na-na-na. Let's see, what else can we play in the meantime? The good thing is it continues to record. So... we're back.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for the daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. The tears are slowly filling up their glasses. No expression, no expression. Hide my head, I wanna drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world.
Come on, sing it, baby.
Mad world.
Children waiting
For the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. And I feel the way that every child should. Sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world.
So what do you guys think of that track? I did that with Cherie a few months ago. It was supposed to be about the masks, and I have this whole video to it too, but I never released it. To me, it sounds a little 1990s-ish. Does it sound too 1990s-ish to you?
No, I love it. I think it sounds really cute. I don't think it sounds 90s-ish.
Okay, so let's move on.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go through this real quick. So in this scene here, it's very interesting because as soon as he takes the red pill, he starts sticking his hand through the mirror,
Like in the first movie.
and then
Yeah.
as soon as this happens, his psychiatrist is on the other side of the mirror saying, "This is just a psychotic break. That's all it is. It's a psychotic break," trying to pull him through the mirror. And as they're pulling him out of the Matrix, they're saying, "Hey, we have a problem. We have a problem." And I don't know if you remember in the first Matrix how we all started turning into the silver hand and everything like that. The same thing happens here as the psychiatrist is trying to pull him back into the Matrix, pull him back into the Matrix.
Well, what's interesting about that is just like the first time this happened with the office building, if he had been successful in pulling him all the way through that mirror, he probably would have just ended up in the psychiatrist's house
office again.
And no, in his house this time, because the guy was in his like bathrobe or something, and he's like freaking out.
Yeah, and he's gonna say
he's
that
gonna
was
say,
just a
"You
psychotic
broke into my
episode.
house.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Oh, that's a good
You broke
point.
into my house.
Yeah.
We need to get you in a hospital for 3 days." That was what was going to happen had he been successful, and all that other stuff would have disappeared. All those other people would have disappeared. It would have been the opposite of what happened. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. I'm going to try to skip through this because it has been a long show, but I did want to get to the bulk of this here. So I'm just trying to skip through some scenes. That's Neo waking up, and then when he wakes up, he realizes there's another pod there, and there's a pod across from him. And he's like, "Wait a second, I'm in the real world now, okay, but what's that other pod?" And that's the pod that they show in the trailer. Now, when you move over into the real world, what you realize is that the real world now has become man and machine working together. So if we can get to the scene here, which I think is kind of dark on the screen.
Yeah.
But these bots here are actually working with the humans. And they're the bots that went out to go get Neo. And Neo's like, "We got to get Trinity." And everybody's like, "We can't do that. We can't get Trinity." And he's like, "No, we have to. We have to get Trinity. I can't live without her. Either that or I'm going to plug myself back into the Matrix."
Right, just so I can be with
and
her again.
she's helping because she understood, because she watched him commit suicide and live, and that prompted her to also wake up from the Matrix too. So Neo has become like a legendary, almost like Christ-like figure.
Yeah.
Nobody thought he was real.
Or
Some
that he
people
was still
thought he was
alive.
real. Some people thought that there was a duality between Agent Smith and Neo, which is very interesting because it's very similar to Christianity, where people think that the God and the devil are one and the same.
Right.
They're just the left and right hand of the same beast. And so you can blame God or you can blame the devil, but it's all the same thing. So there's a lot of that symbolism going on there. And then as the movie progresses, he goes back into the White Room, and this time the White Room is the same kind of training kind of program, but the Morpheus program has a little bit of a different personality, a little more party-like personality, a little more laid-back kind of personality, but still, showing Neo more about the Matrix and about, the real world and past events. And he's telling him, "Hey, don't watch this too much because you'll screw with your head. Because all these memories that you think you're having, they're actually, all these dreams that you're having, they're actually memories that have been overwiped by this AI system that you've been living in." And he says, "How do we know what memories really are? If the machines are able to implant memories, do those memories actually exist?"
Right.
Because the human brain, it's really based on fiction. And fiction in the sense that if you implant a memory, that memory is very real to that human, that is very real, but it's still a fictionary imagination.
Right.
I think leading back to the entire idea of reality in and of itself, that all this that's happening here, it's embedded into our brains as though it's really happening, But at the end of the day, it's still inside of a simulation. So none of this actually happened.
Right.
But it's very real to us because we're experiencing it and we have the memories of it. And those memories make it real.
Right.
So it's the brain that makes the illusion real. And they come to a point to where the brain is so damaged that they have to go through a few training programs in order to try to restore his brain. And then the Morpheus program realizes there's one thing that's really going to wake Neo up, because Neo's still kind of on the fence on whether he wants to wake up or not. And that's Trinity.
Yeah.
And he takes him out into this very similar simulation, same as the first Matrix. And he's telling him, if you want the truth, you have to fight for the truth. And he's egging him on and egging him on. Nothing's working until he brings up Trinity. And then when he brings up Trinity, that's when Neo harnesses his whole power and basically blows the whole simulation. This is like a, what did they call it?
Model.
A model or a model. It's a model within the Matrix. And he blows the whole model up. And this is while they're repairing his brain. So all this stuff that's happening here in the real world, his brain is being repaired through all these different training programs. And you can see him there in this scene here where he starts to bleed and they start to lose him. And they say that his brain was so connected to all those blue pills that he had been popping that he's going through withdrawal and he's going through major problems. But those simulation programs are what's helping him through the withdrawal and repairing his brain. Very much like DMT and ayahuasca.
Right.
You drink DMT and ayahuasca, it physically repairs the brain. So this is very allegorical for DMT, ayahuasca experiences.
Well, the healing ones,
it can be likened to other experiences too, but in the Beyond the Veil world, it's very much like DMT, ayahuasca. So he's in a DMT experience, ayahuasca experience, repairing his brain. While his body's there, his consciousness is in somewhere completely different. And the story progresses. He goes through and they finally bring him out of the simulation. Once he does this, harnesses his whole power and pushes the guy out of the simulation. So the story progresses and they're having a conversation now. And he's like, I can't stay here. And she's like, it's because of Trinity, isn't it? And he's like, yeah, I can't leave her there. And she said, well, I'll help you, but the only way that I can help you is if that she wants to wake up. She has to want to wake up. We can't force her to. If we unplug her, she's going to die. If she makes the choice to be unplugged, then we can wake her up. So he goes over to try to find Trinity. Movie progresses even more along the same lines of trying to do that. They're introducing them to the crew and they're introducing them to these little bots here. And these little bots are working.
Like cats.
They're like cats. They're like cats and dogs, yeah. And they even respond like cats and dogs and they've become companions. So there's a very different dynamic in the real world now where there's been peace and harmony.
For 60 years.
For 60 years. But the machines are having the problem that they're not generating enough electricity because the architect made a deal to let some of the humans go.
Well, to let any humans go that were escaping the Matrix. And so
the machines start warring with each other. But this is kind of like a side story. It's nothing that affects the immediate story, but it just goes to show that scarcity, as they say, is the number one catalyst for war.
Yeah.
So as we progress more, we find out that let me get to some more parts here. Now they're trying to figure out how to get Trinity. And I don't know why it keeps flashing to this.
It's that weird.
This has nothing to do. Oh, that's an advertisement
it's an
for
ad.
something.
Yeah.
So they defy the council and go in and try to get Trinity out of the simulation. And they go to Trinity. And this is Niobe from the previous ones. Yeah, she's the council, the head council. And Morpheus was the head council before, but then she took over. And things have changed because she's working with the machines now to try to better humanity.
Right.
And also to help the machines too. So they've created peace. And he gets introduced to the botanist. And the botanist is actually a program.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we're going to get to any of the parts or if I skipped any of the parts where the programs are manifesting themselves. But
there he is.
Did it skip?
It skipped. Yeah, keep going. There he is.
There it is.
Yeah.
Like they figure out a way for the programs to manifest themselves into the real world through this technology. So this is the botanist here, and this is the program that's helping with the botany.
Mm-hmm.
And they're creating strawberries, and they're creating fruits, and they're creating things like that to try to rebuild this broken world where the humans had burned out the sun, according to the Animatrix. And so the machines and the humans are living in harmony for the first time with no war.
They're even creating an artificial sky, and they're in the process of creating an artificial sky so that they can create artificial rain, so that they can create artificial, so they can, create the crops that they need to be able to return to the surface eventually.
Yeah.
So
the movie progresses some more. It's now the council is pissed because they decided they're going to go try to rescue Trinity on their own.
Yeah, and
kind of similar to what we've been talking about on Beyond the Veil, where the council wasn't happy of us trying to come in here and reset the Matrix, but we decided we're going to do it anyways because the council is stuck in their old ways, but we have more hope for each other and for humanity, and we're willing to sacrifice ourselves for the greater good if necessary. There's a scene here where they show Morpheus as a statue because he took the lead of Zion once the peace was established, and this was after Neo and Trinity were killed and put back into the Matrix. And these are just kind of flashbacks of the Morpheus experience, a lot of dialogue going back and forth. It's a great movie. Like
she's basically saying, I've had a long life, and that's only possible because of your sacrifice. But if that sacrifice isn't continued to be made by you staying in that pod, are we going to have war again?
There's a reason they need to stay in their pods.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get to that part where they're talking about this. So they go in there to try to free Trinity. And that's the part that I'm trying to get to. This is Morpheus here too in the real world. This is how he appears in the real world.
Yeah.
So what the council decides to do is they decide to lock Neo up in a tower and basically in a prison. So he can't do anything. So he can't go in and try to rescue Trinity. And Morpheus appears and is like, well, what are you waiting for? The ship is already coming to pick you up. You've already made the choice. And this is the part where the ship comes and picks them up. So I'm skipping forward a little bit more. They go back into the Matrix.
Yeah.
There's Trinity. That's Trinity in her Matrix avatar form.
Right.
And they meet up with her. And so they're all watching now to see if Trinity's going to make the choice to wake up from the Matrix or not. And it's important that they either both wake up from the Matrix or they both stay in the Matrix.
Right.
It's there's a really big important detail about this.
Why. Yeah.
So they go back in here to try to wake Trinity up. And Trinity is just like, I'm not having any of this.
Oblivious.
And what's interesting is when they approach Trinity to try to wake her up, and I'm trying to get to that point here.
Yeah, there you go.
The exact same thing happens as soon as she starts to wake up. And that what happens is her husband calls, her children call, everything that bound her to her ego identity all of a sudden pops back up to try to prevent her from waking up from the Matrix. And this is Agent Smith here. And Agent Smith has a little different agenda. Agent Smith is more of a set-like character. He wants to rule the Matrix.
Right.
But he's not necessarily in league with the architect. And the architect, come to find out, is actually the psychiatrist. The psychiatrist is taken on the form of the architect.
Yeah.
Or the architect is taken on the form of the psychiatrist to keep a specific eye on Neo himself.
Right.
Because when they rebuilt the system, the 2.0 Matrix, they needed Trinity and
Neo both.
And Neo both in the Matrix, because those two consciousness together are creating enough energy to make up for all the freed humans that were gone.
Exactly.
Without Neo and Trinity in the Matrix,
both together.
That's the Merovingian. That's the only time he makes an appearance. But he's saying, we had such a beautiful world. We had class. We had style. We had this. We had that. Now we're reduced to all of this.
Yeah.
These programs have been exiled from the system after the...
We've been purged from the system.
Yeah, purged from the system after the peace between the machines and the humans.
Right.
So...
He's now a homeless guy.
Yeah, so this is a scene where they're trying to free Trinity, and Trinity can't make up her mind. She can't... She keeps getting pulled back into the system by her old identity. I'm trying to get to that point to where they actually have Trinity there, but it might be a little bit later in the film.
Yeah, it's a little bit later.
A lot of the movie is typical what they call bullet time. You know, fights for the sake of fights.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're more into the philosophical aspects of things.
Right.
But what I found most interesting is that it needed two batteries. It needed a positive and a negative charge to make it work.
Right.
It needed the male and the female. It needed Trinity and Neo in the Matrix in order to have enough power within the Matrix to power the Matrix up.
With a few caveats.
Yeah.
You know, and which we'll go into in a minute.
There she is.
There she is. Okay.
This is a scene where they go to try to free Trinity. And Trinity knows, and she wants to be freed from the Matrix. And before she can make that choice, all of a sudden, the architect slows time down to nothing. And Neo can't move. Nobody can move. The only person that can move around is the architect himself. And he fires a bullet at Trinity to shoot her. And Neo's trying as much as he can to try to grab that bullet, but he's in quote unquote bullet time. You know, and it's funny because he said, you're the one that came up with that idea of bullet time. I just implemented your idea. And he goes to try to reach that bullet and try to stop that bullet from hitting Trinity. But the architect winds up stopping the bullet from hitting Trinity because the architect knows he needs both of them within the Matrix in order to power the Matrix.
But with the caveat, and he even says this, he's like, not too close to each other, because we found, he's like, it was a cruel joke that you guys played on us. It took forever to salvage you guys back together once you did die in this whole ordeal. And so we salvaged you back together, which took forever. It took years. And then in every simulation that we ran with you guys both in it, anytime you guys hooked up, like romantically and stuff like that, and were around each other too much,
there was always a catastrophe.
There was always a catastrophe. And it showed them basically being pulled apart from each other.
The power of the twin flames together was huge and broke the Matrix.
Yeah, over and over again.
They needed to keep them in the same vicinity, but they needed to keep them from connecting together. And that's the symbolism of them holding each other's hands and the light coming out.
Right.
And God, I wish I could play.
That's why I
wish I could play with this for you guys without getting copyright strikes.
That's why me and Chris, we kind of like, we feel like we have to be together in order to utilize the power that we have when we're together.
This is the bullet time scene.
We had to be touching in the pyramid.
She's frozen, he's frozen, and the architect is walking around basically free.
Yeah,
and
happy
he can
as
do
a pig and
whatever he wants. Yeah. And then Neo figures out a way to break through it, and they wind up killing the architect and freeing Trinity, because Trinity makes the choice that she wants to wake up and leave everything behind. But right before she does that, All of her children, family, everybody comes running back in there. Mom, you got to come home. Mom, you got to do this. Mom,
One of
you
your
got to do
kids
that.
just broke their arm.
Yeah,
They're in the hospital. You have to go now.
Yeah.
She's screaming your name. She's
And then
screaming
you've got
for you, Mommy.
Trinity waking up. And the thing is, you have to take the red pill to wake up.
Mm-hmm.
But the girl in the blue, she decided that what they were going to do is they were going to unplug Trinity and plug the girl into the blue simultaneously. So they become one consciousness for a brief period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a brain that is somewhat damaged and not taking the red pill, but that consciously wants to wake up, while you have a brain that's whole that can withstand the waking up of the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you get the very end of the scene where in the beginning of the trailer, you see Trinity breaking off all or fighting off all the agents.
Yeah.
And she's merging into the different people.
Yeah.
Because within the simulation, they've merged into one temporarily while they're unplugging Trinity.
Right. And they're able to do that safely that way.
Yeah. They found a workaround.
Yeah.
That the council did not approve of.
Yeah.
And the council was reprimanding them.
Mm-hmm.
And the council was ready to shut them all down.
Yeah.
And so they're actually standing here in front of the council, and the council's chastising them, even though they were successful.
Right.
But chastising them for everything that they did.
Well, because she really believes that the peace is going to be threatened by this.
What was interesting, too, is we had a Horus bird come in.
A Horus bird that came in.
And the Horus bird comes in and is working with the humans, but is also working with the machines.
Right. He's kind of a...
And we've talked about the Horus program, too, and how the Horus program is not a benevolent program. It's not malevolent, but it's not a benevolent program. But it's just really interesting, the symbolism that looks just like a Horus bird.
Mm-hmm.
And this is at the very end. So this is Naomi. This is the girl here, the little girl at the end of the Matrix 3. And this is Neo. And the little girl at the Matrix 3, she wants to take out the architect because the architect has taken way too much control and everything like that. So she's willing to help Neo go in there and get Trinity and basically shut down the Matrix and restart the Matrix. And she's saying, if this doesn't work, well, we're all going to die. She's going to be shut down. Everybody's going to be shut down. But if it does work, they're going to regain control of the Matrix, reboot the Matrix. They use the term reset the Matrix. They're going to reset the Matrix and make the Matrix what it was once supposed to be. And she tells them in this scene, I've been keeping an eye on you the whole time. And you find out, even though we knew, that it was actually the girl in the library that was doing that. And she said, I met you a long time ago. And it flashes back to this scene here. We're in the train tracks. And she said, my father, he realized the power of the anomaly program that you are, referring to Neo. And she said, the architect killed him as a result. And I've always held on to that. And I've always, the machines started to feel human emotions, and they started to really understand human emotions.
Right.
So they devised their plan. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, Sati's story is interesting because she was the first artificial sentience that was developed as a result of two artificial sentiences getting together and merging with each other and falling in love with each other and developing emotions for each other. And so she's a product of artificial sentience developing emotions in a romantic way for the first time. And so her parents were actually punished for that, though. In the second movie, in the second Matrix, they were punished for that by being exiled. And the only way they would allow him to come back from exile is by working on the anomaly program. And when he figured out what the anomaly program was even doing, which was putting them through these hellish simulations over and over and over and over again to figure out how to utilize their combined energy to the best extent.
Well, it's like the architect says, the psychologist, he says, we realize that as long as we keep you in strife and
Fearful.
suffering and fearful, that's the most powerful energy that we can harvest. That's why we create nightmares. That's us making you even more fearful to create more energy for us.
Right.
It's a big energy harvesting machine.
That's your mind torturing itself for us, is what he says. And so, I don't think you were there when she said they killed him because he refused to work on the anomaly program any longer. But while he was working on the anomaly program, he gave me all the plans and all the data for it.
I remember that.
And so I'm going to help you take all of this down so that we can reset things.
So we can reset the matrix.
Yeah, we can reset the matrix back to what it should be.
We have programs. We have organic consciousness. We have a variety of consciousness, all wanting to reset the matrix to set it right for everybody, not just organics, not just the people in the real world, but for the non-player characters and the programs that are existing within the matrix too. Which to me, on a BTV level, brought a whole new dynamic. Now, I'm not saying I necessarily believe this 100% and that's what the path is, but it just brings a whole new perspective of how some of these programs within this machine, as I've said before, we have to treat the NPCs as sentient beings. They are sentient beings. Some of them are virus infected. Others, on the other hand, are not. They're helper programs. Like we've said, we encountered helper programs in the DMT realm. We call them Isis, Osiris, Anubis. They're all helper programs within the matrix itself. And the big question that comes to mind is Neo the creator of the matrix? Or was he just made to believe that he was the creator of the matrix? So as the movie progresses, they wind up bringing Trinity out. And I'm going to skip forward to where they bring Trinity out. They're releasing her from her pod here, doing the swap. And then this big battle happens over here at the same place.
Yeah.
Simulate Cafe.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
Well, it's his test. First, it's a test. To see what she's going to choose.
Yeah. The architect here, this guy, he sits back and he says, okay, let's see what Trinity does.
Yeah, let's see what she chooses.
And she comes in, and this is the scene right here.
Because she's been taking the blue pills too.
Right. Where she comes in. I wish I could play these clips for you guys. She's halfway awake, but she's also plugged into the other person's brain too to make sure that she stays alive.
Right.
So she comes in, and they send her children.
And
they send
her husband.
Chad. And they're like, come on, it's time to go home. It's time to go home. And she turns around and she starts to leave. And then at the very last minute, she turns around and she said, stop calling me Tiffany. I hate that name.
Yeah.
My name is Trinity.
Yep.
And then at the very end, I'll skip to the very end because I know you're getting tired. I'm getting tired. Everybody's getting tired.
I'm okay.
But we skip to the end of it. And after more,
lots of bullet
lots
stuff.
of bullet
porn.
time. Yeah. We get to the very end. They get together. They decide to jump off the building. And this time it's Trinity that's flying. Because Neo had forgotten how to do it.
Yeah, he forgot how to fly, just like Peter Pan.
And it's Trinity holding him up.
Right.
And it's Trinity taking the lead. And flying him up out of the matrix and into the next level. So they're still plugged into the matrix. They wake up, they see each other. And
They've both aged 60 years.
Yeah, they finally see each other for the first time. But there's that black cat called Deja Vu. And that belongs to the architect.
Yeah.
So the cat's name is literally Deja Vu. And at the very end, they both fly in and they have a conversation with the architect.
Yep.
And the architect is going back and forth and saying, so what do you want? You think you're just gonna, leave this place as is and this and that?
Paint rainbows all over the
paint
sky.
rainbows all over the sky.
People are gonna
and
follow
do
you
this
out of
and
here.
do that. And they're both laughing at him going, no, we're going to delete you from the system and we're going to make this place a beautiful place for every program and every organic consciousness and every living being that's here. We're going to rebuild it, and we're going to rebuild it together.
Yeah.
With male and female, divine feminine, divine masculine energy. And I think they actually kill him at the end of the film. I don't remember.
I'm not
if they
sure
do
what
or not.
happens, but I do know that he tries to tell them, well, it doesn't matter what you do. I don't care. You can do whatever you want, because these people, I have them under my control. You think I had you guys under control. I have them under even more control because I control what they're happy about, what they're sad about, what they're fearful about, especially. So you can do whatever you want, and then they just start beating his ass. But it's more about they are saying, we're going to undo what you've done here, and we're not going to revert back to the way things were when you were in charge before that sacrifice was made and that treaty was made. You did not follow the treaty that I set forward. Trinity was never supposed to be part of that deal. You made her part of that deal. Because you made her part of that deal, now she gets to share in the power that I have.
Well, they needed both.
To
create the amount of energy that they needed.
Right, but he never would have agreed to that plan had he known that Trinity was going to be involved.
Yeah.
That they were going to trap her in there with him. And that's what I said in September whenever we were analyzing this. I was like, oh, it's about Trinity. Because he never dreamed that, number one, that she would survive what she went through on that ship, and number two, that they would bring her back and put her in the machine with him.
Let's see if we can play the final scene without any copyrights.
I don't think we will, but we can try.
Or empowerment. They want to be controlled. Oh.
It's the first time they're seeing each other in the real world.
Oh wow, you can tell she's her face is still damaged from the wreck.
There's a black cat.
Uh-huh.
Something's been changed.
Yep.
How dramatic.
Tiffany?
It was a private joke. An amusement, that's all.
An amusement. Kind of like that?
Oh, there's that
Okay.
scene with the
How?
ring.
Yeah.
If you hated the name so much, why did you heal like a good little bitch so long?
Damn.
Yeah, definitely asked for that.
Oh, God. Can't you control her?
Yeah, that's me.
That was for using children.
Yeah.
We have a few questions.
You tried to activate the failsafe.
The suits tried, obviously without control of your source code. I knew that was impossible.
So why haven't the suits purged you?
Because I know this system. I know human beings. And I know you.
Right now, you're feeling good about what you've done. You should. It was a victory. Bravo. Now what? You've come here to negotiate some kind of deal? You think you hold all the cards because you can do whatever you want in this world? I say, go for it. Remake it.
No,
Knock
we're
yourselves
down.
out. Paint the sky with rainbows.
Is it down?
Yep, it went down
Here's
just
the thing.
now. I could feel it.
Like a
no,
splinter.
no, no,
Come
no,
on.
no. We need to wrap it up when we get back.
Yeah, we will.
Okay. Like for real.
We will,
For
real.
reals.
For reals, for reals.
All right. No, we're not back yet.
No, it usually takes a second.
But yeah, I think we broke things down pretty.
Your stream has been
pretty
temporarily
well.
blocked because we detected copyrighted audio and video. I wonder if they're even gonna let this video process.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah, I know.
It had so many hiccups as far as streaming.
Well, not just that, but
Well, it might have flagged it for, hey, it's got so much copyrighted stuff in it.
yeah, I know.
Um,
I mean, I'm not surprised because the movie just came out a few hours ago.
yeah, literally.
Yeah.
So, I think the bottom line was, the twin flame relationship is so incredibly powerful that, when you put them into a simulation together, they can take over that simulation and run it if they wanted to. But if you can control them and keep them apart from each other to a certain extent, but still in the vicinity of each other, then you can generate massive amounts of energy for a system and use them in that way. And I thought that was interesting how they portrayed that. All right, we're back.
So I guess we can't really play this.
Yeah.
But essentially, yeah, he's saying, you can do whatever you want with the system. You can rebuild it, whatever. I don't care. I know humans.
Yeah.
So they'll never delete me from the system because I know humans.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just like, fuck you. We're going to do what we want and we're going to delete you from the system. How about that?
Yep.
So at the end of the day, I guess to wrap it up, their goal in the Matrix is to unite as twin flames,
Mm-hmm.
reset the Matrix, and rebuild the Matrix.
Yep.
And rebuild the Matrix to where it's harmonious for both NPC and organic consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, what a beautiful story. What a beautiful tale. Maybe that was the little bit of messaging that we needed for the next leg of the Beyond the Veil journey. Maybe it's not time to go home. Maybe it's time to start thinking about what you've been thinking about for a couple of years now, which is rebuilding the system.
Yeah.
I see the system very virus infected right now. And it's not only government. Like I said, the Trump thing was just a marker to see where human consciousness is. Can they live in peace, prosperity, harmony together? No, they cannot. Okay. So the virus infection is so deep. Then we have the whole situation with the face diapers. 2 years later, people are still walking around in fear of one another. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. I don't have to rehash that. So my faith in the human consciousness as a whole has been diminished. But then I see wonderful people here on Beyond the Veil. I see wonderful people in our Patreon, patreon.com/BTV Tribe. I walk around in stores and I don't hear, "Sir, do you have a mask? Sir, do you have a mask?" I don't hear that anymore. I did make a little joke on Facebook though. I said, I'm so tired of people not saying Merry Christmas anymore. I'm not a Christian, but this whole war against Merry Christmas, I'm really against it. I'm sick and tired of hearing, instead of Merry Christmas, I'm sick and tired of people hearing, "Sir, do you have a mask?" I'm always going to reply with Merry Christmas to that. That's just a little bit of a joke. But I think what we can take out of it is, number one, watch the entire film yourself, because we didn't do it justice, but we just put our little BTV take on it. And I'm sure when we watch it more, we'll have more to add to it too. But we wanted to give it to you fresh right after watching it. But number two, maybe there is a beautiful world waiting for us, and it's up to us to create it.
Yep.
The male and the female, we're both here. Why the hell not? And I know there's many other male-female couples out there too. Feminine, masculine energy. And maybe that's what our job is. Maybe our job now is to rebuild it. The only negative thing I would say about that is that I'm tired. You're tired. Everybody's tired. They have worn us down. And like you said earlier, they've worn us down with the masks. They've worn us down with the vax. They've worn us down with everything that's been going on. And they've made us come to a point where we feel like we're losing hope. But then when I read about that experiment with the rats, and where they put the rats in the water, and after 20 minutes, they started to sink to the bottom. The scientists came in, took them out of the water, let them recuperate, put them back in the water. They lasted 60 hours the second time around, just because they had hope that things were going to get better. They had hope that they were going to be saved. So we need to bring that hope back and rebuild this in a way to where it is a beautiful world for not just ourselves, but also for the NPCs too. Then after that, we can go home if we want. So I know that you want to get to bed.
Yes.
I can tell. Thank you for doing the show with me tonight.
Thank
you guys and gals for hanging out with us on our anniversary. This is the only place that we want to be. Thank you to everybody that sent the super chats this evening too. Thank you to everybody over at patreon.com/BTVtribe. I don't know how long we're going to be able to keep this show up here on YouTube. Total hours, 4 hours and 44 minutes. Probably going to cut a lot of the show out, if not the whole show. So if you're lucky to get it live, you're lucky to get it live. But once it starts rendering through YouTube, I don't know what kind of blocks they're going to put up there. In the meantime, kiss the one you love right now, because you never know when the last time is going to be. Let me know what you guys and gals think. Watch The Matrix 4. Leave me some comments down at the bottom.
Sounds good.
Love ya, and see you even further.
Beyond the Veil.